2024 서울 디자인 국제 포럼에 참석해 주신 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the Seoul Design International Forum 2024, some housekeeping announcements, please. We will be beginning the forum starting at 10:45. I would like to ask everyone to please come inside the hall and take your seats. I would like to ask everyone to please be seated. Let me also ask once again all those who are outside the hall to please come inside and take your seats. And also please make sure that your cell phone has been turned to either vibration or has been turned off. And also please be reminded that there will be simultaneous interpretation available throughout the day. Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. I ask for your patience for a little while longer. Thank you very much.
다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the Seoul Design International Forum 2024 at 10:45. I would like to ask everyone to please come inside the hall and take your seats. And also to make sure that we proceed with no interruptions, please make sure that your cell phone has been turned to vibration mode or to silent mode. And please be informed that there will be simultaneous interpretation for the forum. Channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is English.
네, 2024 서울 디자인
I would like to make an announcement. The Seoul Design International Forum will start shortly. For those of you who are outside the hall, please come into the art hall and be seated. For the smooth proceedings of the meeting, please turn your mobile phone into a silent mode or vibration mode. If you are going to hear the interpretation for English, channel 1, for Korean, channel 2. Let me give you some safety announcement as well. We are located in Art Hall 2. In the event of an emergency, please follow the evacuation routes indicated on the screen using the emergency exits located at the rear and sides. And for fire safety, remove the safety pin, take off the nozzle, and firmly grip the handle and aim the nozzle at the fire if you are going to use the fire extinguisher, and spraying evenly. In case of an emergency such as a fire or safety incident, press the button on the alarm, lower your posture as much as possible, and cover your nose and mouth, and move calmly with the guidance of the emergency lights and safety personnel. For any other emergencies, please contact the safety personnel around the venue.
네, 2000
Seoul Design International Forum 2024. Welcome to this forum. My name is Kim Hana, your MC for today's event. As you know, the city of Seoul has been continuously designing the present and future of the city through policies that enhance the quality of life for all citizens and prioritize considerate design. In this context, the 2024 Seoul Design International Forum marks its fifth edition, and this year, under the theme Designing the City of the Future, Sustainable Urban Design and the Future, we aim to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the opening of this representative landmark DDP of the global design city Seoul, and discuss the city's leadership in future urban design. Through this forum, we hope it will be a valuable opportunity to experience Seoul's design policies, the global capabilities of competitive designers in the public domain, and the power of attractive urban design. Many individuals have contributed to making this 2024 Seoul Design International Forum possible. Let me now introduce our distinguished guests. As I call each name, please give them a big round of applause. The representative of the 10 million citizens of Seoul, we have Oh Se-hoon, Mayor of Seoul. Thank you very much. And also, we have Kim Hyun-suk, President of the Korean Society of Design. Our first keynote speaker for today, Peter Jack, Chairman of Red Dot. Welcome. Give him a big round of applause. Our second keynote speaker, who will open the session, Birgit Marger, President of the Service Design Network. The chair for session 1, Professor Lee Hyung-kyung from the Department of Culture and Design Management at Yonsei University. The chair for session 2, Associate Professor Kwon Hyo-sun from the Department of Industrial Design at Kookmin University. Craig Kiner, Principal at Zaha Hadid Architects, here with us today. Big round of applause, please. We have Mr. Lee Sang-in, Creative Director at TikTok. Thank you for joining us. Chris Van Duyn, partner at OMA, here with us today. Please give him a big round of applause. We have Jeffrey Goh, Director and Associate Professor at the Design Factory Center at Singapore University of Technology and Design. We have Kim Kaya, Senior Researcher at LG Electronics Design Management Center. Thank you very much for being with us today. Lee Jong-yeon, Professor at the Department of New Media at Seoul Media University. Last but least, we have Kim Young-bok, Chairman of the Dongdaemun Fashion Town Tourism Special Zone Association. Thank you very much for being with us today. We have a lot of important guests here in the audience, but because of the time constraint, I cannot introduce them individually. But please give a big round of applause to all of our distinguished guests. Now, we'll hear the opening remarks for the 2024 Seoul Design International Forum from the Mayor of Seoul, Oh Se-hoon. Please give him a big round of applause as he come onto the stage.
Good morning, everyone. The Seoul Design International Forum 2024. So I would like to thank you all very much for being here today, and welcome and thank you. Now, let me first thank President Kim Hyun-suk of KSDS for attending the forum despite your busy schedule. And also, those who are here from afar to share their insights and expertise on the theme of designing the city of the future, CEO Peter Zek, founder of Red Dot, and President Birgit Marger of the Service Design Network, Associate Director Craig Kiner of Zaha Hadid Architects, and partner Chris Van Duyn of OMA Asia, Professor Jeffrey Goh of Industrial Design at the Singapore Institute of Technology. Speakers, presenters from home and abroad, thank you very much for your contribution. And of course, the speakers from home and everyone who is joining us online and offline, my thanks go to you as well. Now, the Seoul Design International Forum is being held here at DDP, Seoul's landmark that is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, which brings back a lot of memories. You might remember that When I first served as the Seoul's mayor, that was in 2006, my first term. So it's been 18 years already. So at that time, I created a position to oversee the design and also came up with the ambitious plan to upgrade Seoul with design. So after creating the organization, we also came up with design-related ordinances, guidelines, and standards. So I still remember vividly those times. And a few years later, to create this DDP, the Seoul Gymnasium and the baseball park, as we dismantled them, there were so many criticisms, resistance, so many barriers indeed. And again, I also vividly remember those challenges as well. Now, at that time, those who saw the importance of design were few and hard to come by. So it was a very lonely and lonesome struggle. So at that time, I could already see the beginnings of the Korean wave. And I had also thought that perhaps the basis for that was design. So it was possible to predict the future where design would be of even more importance. So I had thought that unless we upgraded Seoul with design, then in the age of creativity, in the age of beauty, then we would not be able to lay the basis for K culture, the K wave. So I had thought at the time that it was easily predictable, but then at the time, many in the opposition party were vehemently opposed to this idea. But still, we had to persevere one step at a time, and now, 10 years later today, we are here at DDP, and I still remember all those scenes like the kaleidoscope in my head. Now, they say that people are having hardships in their livelihood, but the mayor is talking all about design and just trying to spruce up the city. So that is what the opposition party members were saying. And of course, this was investment for the future, obviously. And that investment was going to reap its fruits in the near future. But they were not able to see the near future and was just downplaying the importance of design. And I remember the sense of frustration that I had to grapple with as I moved ahead with this project. And now, being here together with everyone, 10 years later, making that decision at the time, coming up with the organization, making the investment, coming up with the ordinances and the guidelines and the standards, now it once again makes me think about how history would view all this. So on my way here, I had been thinking back to that time with such questions. And now, in Seoul, we are embarking on the Design Seoul 2.0 project, entering a new phase of the overall project. So far had been solidifying the foundation. And now it is more about how we are going to utilize design to further upgrade the daily lives of Seoul citizens. In particular, what I have been emphasizing since 2 years ago, and that is about fun design of the urban design. And with fun design, how we can create more happiness for the citizens of Seoul in their everyday lives. And also based on that, how we can also further strengthen our industrial competitiveness so that Korea can once again take a quantum leap forward. Seoul, which is also the growth engine of Korea, has to play that role utilizing design. How we can do that is the main priority, the main question that I have in my mind. And now with the design foundation and also those who operate DDP. So now coming up with this new structure, they are now getting down to work. So today, you'll be able to see the 10th anniversary plan that they have so painstakingly prepared. And today, we would be discussing the contents of that together with the experts from home and abroad. I look forward to your insight and wisdom through the discussion today, and also valuable advice to Seoul so that Seoul City will be able to wade through the Design Seoul 2.0 project and navigate into a better future. So once again, I would like to thank you all very much for your contribution and your time. And I myself will keep moving ahead as the Seoul designer. Thank you very much.
Please give him a big, big round of applause. Mayor Woo Se-woon delivered such a meaningful opening speech for this year's forum. As the citizen of Seoul, I have great expectations for the future of Seoul as well. Thank you very much, Mayor Oh, for such a special remark. Next, we will hear two congratulatory speeches. First off, let's invite Kim Hyun-seok, President of the Korean Society of Design, to the stage. Please give him a big round of applause.
네,
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us at the Seoul Design International Forum 2024. We're gathered here today to discuss the theme of designing the city of the future. This forum, held in commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the Dongdaemun Design Plaza, DDP, the leading design landmark of Seoul, is a meaningful occasion to discuss Seoul's design policy and future vision. In particular, it will be a valuable time to share our perspectives on the role of design in improving citizens' quality of life and strengthening the city's competitiveness. The Seoul Design International Forum was newly launched in 2020 by integrating the Universal Design International Seminar in 2013 and the International Forum on Social Problem-Solving Design in 2017. Through it all, we have been sharing our built-up knowledge and creative ideas to explore new trends and innovative directions in urban design. Along the same line, this forum will be an important opportunity for Seoul to establish itself as a leading city of design. It is also a network for experts from various regions and cultures around the world to connect and also find opportunities to collaborate. We must share the wisdom and experience gained from different social and cultural backgrounds and work together to improve the quality of urban design and find solutions to the problems that humanity faces. I do hope today's discussion will help promote Seoul's design vision to the world and help us take a meaningful step toward a sustainable city. Finally, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those involved in this event, and I hope today's forum will be a useful and inspiring time for everyone in attendance. Thank you.
네, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much. That was the congratulatory remark from Kim Hyun-seok, President of the Korea Society of Design. Now we'll take a commemorative group photo before proceeding to the next session. All the distinguished guests, please come forward to the stage for the commemorative photo session. The Seoul Design International Forum has its fifth edition this year, as it was launched in 2020. Seoul Design International Forum has grown so far from its launch. So this is a very meaningful moment and sharing this important moment with you. So to commemorate this important event, we'll take a group photo. So once you are in position, please look at the camera in front. So let's, have a smiley face. This is a great day, so smile, please. Lastly, let's strike a fighting pose to wish for the successful hosting of the 2024 Seoul Design International Forum. Thank you very much. Please look at the cameras in front of you and let's do fighting. On the audience, please join us in fighting. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So everyone, please return to your seat. The 2024 Seoul Design International Forum is going to continue to the next special session. We had our first snow this year in Seoul. So probably the traffic was heavy in the morning. So coming to this venue early in the morning was a challenge for everyone here today. But despite that, you are here with us. Thank you very much for being on time. But anyways, the snow makes the world beautiful. So from the design thinking and the designer's point of view, if you look at the social challenges and the world over, I think it will make the world more beautiful. So DDP is the representative landmark since its launch, and this is the center of the innovation in Seoul as it transformed into a design global destination. And again, many people mentioned in front of me that DDP has become a landmark for Seoul, and this landmark becomes a significant growth engine for Seoul as well. Now we'll have a special session under the theme of the driving force behind urban competitiveness, landmarks, moderated by Cha Gang-hee, the CEO of Seoul Design Foundation. We have Mayor Oh Se-eun of Seoul, Peter Jack, Chairman of Red Dot, and Craig Kiner, Principal at Zaha Hadid Architects, will join the discussion. So all the discussants, please come onto the stage. With these important figures, we are going to have special discussions about a landmark, and the discussion is happening at this landmark DDP of Seoul. It seems that the special discussion is all set, so let's now officially begin the special discussion.
서울에 꿈이 뿌리를 내렸습니다. 도시, 역사, 사회, 문화, 경제, 이러한 요소를 디자인으로 변화시키는 꿈. DDP 프로젝트의 시작이었습니다. 그 꿈은 눈부신 현실이 되었습니다. 세계적인 건축가 자하 디디의 디자인으로 탄생한 DDP는 서울의 자랑스러운 랜드마크로 자리매김했습니다. DDP는 디자인과 문화를 통해 서울을 변화시키는 힘이 되고 있습니다. DDP는 세계 디자인 허브로 도약하는 데 앞장서며 전통과 현대를 이어 시민들과 함께 놀라운 내일을 만들어가는 공간이 될 수 있도록 더욱 발전해 나갈 것입니다. 세계 디자인의 심장, DDP. 도시의 꿈을 품은 랜드마크, 디자인이 만들어가는 미래. 글로벌 탑5를 향해 서울시가 나아가겠습니다.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome everyone for being here today at this special discussion of the Seoul Design International Forum 2024. I am Cha Gang-hee, CEO of the Seoul Design Foundation and moderator of today's discussion. You have just watched a video on the Design City Seoul and the DDP, which is an important landmark of Seoul. And we have gathered 3 people who are closely related to the video. Now, of course, DDP is the de facto global landmark as well. And not only about the creation of DDP, but also leading the charge for attractive Seoul. We have the mayor of Seoul, Oh Se-hoon, and the one who decided and announced Seoul as the World Design Capital in 2010, Mr. Peter Zek, the CEO of the Red Dot Design Award. And at that time, he was the founding chairman of the WDC. And last but not least, Mr. Craig Kiner, the associate director of Zaha Hadid Architects, who was the DDP project architect at the time. Now, today we will be discussing the overarching theme of landmarks, the engine of urban competitiveness. But let me begin with a lighthearted question to CEO Peter Zek. So, Mr. Peter Zek? So, Seoul, when it was designated as the World Design Capital in 2010, and comparing it to Seoul today, then what about its design that you believe have changed the most?
I think many things had changed during this time. Seoul has developed really to a design city, and we couldn't expect so much as happened during this time. I will later give in my speech. I have a lot of examples how Seoul developed since 2010. But this was also the target. I think Mayor Oh was very visionary when he applied for the World Design Capital project. And so we were both confident that the city has the potential to develop for the future. And if I look around, you invested a lot into the architecture, into the urban lifestyle, into the culture. Seoul has become a very international cultural and entertainment city. So all since that time in 2010. So a good job of Mayor Oh and the citizens of the city of Seoul. Huh?
네, 말씀 감사드립니다.
Well, thank you very much for that.
다음에는 우리
Now I would like to ask a question to Craig Kiner. So this year marks the 10th anniversary of DDP's opening, and the cumulative number of visitors has surpassed 100 million. You oversaw the entire process of construction of DDP in 2009. Did you anticipate that so many people would visit DDP?
Well, thank you for the question. I suppose the short answer is no, not at all. We hoped it would be successful, and if numbers have any indication to success, then yes, I think the DDP has been very successful. The numbers far exceeded our kind of expectations, and a number of family friends have visited Seoul since and visited DDP, and were both surprised and I think intrigued by the building, as well as the city in general. Creating and delivering kind of difficult projects are extremely challenging for cities. They're almost always controversial. I think that's historic in any place that is, whether that's kind of in the East or the West or wherever that is. They're unfamiliar, they're untested, and a lot of times uncomfortable, that people have kind of, they're frightened of them because they are unfamiliar. And they're an incredible investment to a city, which kind of can be, well, difficult for the leaders of the city at the time, and Mayor O suggested that in his introductory speech. But creating exceptional, I would say, places, not just building, but places, is how we advance as a culture, as a civilization, culturally, mentally, and spiritually, I think, as well. And we need projects that are ahead of their time when they're built. And buildings that challenge convention. Otherwise, we become stagnant. We become too kind of comfortable in our place and complacent, I think. Zaha was a massive proponent of this position. She was uncompromising in design and instilled in us this kind of this passion and rigor in terms of design. I've worked in a number of other places, so I can understand the other side of the perspective, particularly with regards to regeneration. Anyway, that's a different reality. I think as well, they are part of regeneration. They are regenerative transformational projects. Anyway, I think DDP is a testament to the approach that Mayor O, his vision that he had, both nationally and internationally, globally, and it promotes all aspects of design, DDP, that is, to become a canvas for design in all aspects.
네, 말씀 감사드립니다. 지금 고인이 되셨지만 이렇게 멋진 건축물을
Thank you very much, the late Zaha Hadid. So we would like to thank her once again very much for presenting us with this beautiful landmark. Now then, my last question now is to the mayor. Now, being here together with the CEO Peter Zek, who announced Seoul as the World Design Capital, and then also together with Associate Director Craig Kiner. So I understand that it's been a long time since you have met the two of them. So I'm sure that it also brings back a lot of memories meeting them here in this official setting. So I would like to know what you would like to discuss with these two gentlemen today. Well, actually, it hasn't been that long. So with Mr. Peter Zek, I met him last year. But whenever I meet him, of course, it's such a pleasure. Because when we were planning for Design Seoul together, then now having Seoul designated as the World Design Capital, so we worked together. We were together in the journey. So that was Mr. Peter Zek. So whenever I meet him, then I always appreciate him. And of course, the World Design Capital, Seoul. So since you helped us along the way, so I hope that that help will keep coming from you. And today what I would like to ask him is, now my interest remains in urban competitiveness through design and also urban development through design. So I'm sure that you also know that the city of Seoul is now establishing itself as the beauty capital of the world. So I heard this a couple of days ago, and now after COVID-19, there is a big inbound tourist. And now I feel bad that I am naming names, but when you go to stores like Olive Young, then they say that one visiting family would buy up about 10 million won worth of cosmetic products, which is actually not rare to see, because Seoul is becoming a beauty capital of the world. Perhaps it is already successfully. So then with DDP, that is both lovely and awesome. So then in a city without such an awesome landmark, then can the city still become a beauty capital? So I did mention this in my opening remarks, but then now the meaning of DDP sometimes may be seen only in the number of visitors. And also this is seeing a surplus, financial surplus in terms of operations. So oftentimes we will talk about those aspects about DDP, but then I do not believe that those are the most important things about DDP. The shock that DDP brought to the Korean architectural scene, and also after this landmark, many people are now dreaming of envisioning a beautiful building. Businesses and also building owners are now trying to look for designers who would give them the most beautiful buildings in the world. And I would say that that is the biggest achievement of DDP. So then my question that I would like to ask Mr. Kiner later on is this. Now, thanks to DDP in Korea, in Seoul as well, there is a much higher interest in the architectural aspect of buildings. So then how can we perhaps make the most of it? In other words, how can we also link this to strengthening the national competitiveness? And then to Mr. Peter Zek, as I mentioned earlier, now design combining with the beauty industry, how can we also leverage that into urban competitiveness since he comes with such extensive experience? So those are the questions that I would like to ask the two gentlemen later on.
을 통해서 서울이 글로벌 도시로 나아가기
I believe the answers from the two gentlemen will provide a profound insight to all the guests and audience for this important event. So let's continue with the Q&A session. So I would like to ask Mayor, could you please start by asking Chairman Peter Jack a question? I just asked a question to Peter Jack. So in Seoul, there's no manufacturing facilities. Seoul City has industrial base for the creative industries, like with the UK, that has promoted the creative industry. So the growth driver of Seoul is important for the national growth as well. So as I said before, in the beauty sector and the creative industry, how can Seoul become more developed in that regard? What is your insight for that?
Very easy to say, just go ahead, like you started already. I think places like this, as it was mentioned before, are very important for the development of a different kind of thinking. You know, when you come into a shabby room, which is dirty already, nobody has a problem to throw something away and make it even dirtier. But if you come into a very clean, good designed, fantastic, beautiful room, then everybody behaves like the surrounding. And so I think the challenge for the city government and for yourself is to create the right surrounding, starting with architecture, but also with events and bringing in interesting people to the city of Seoul. And then step by step, of course, you can become the leading city of beauty. This is just a question of power and energy, and you have that, and the city has the skills. So I believe, as we believed when we made Seoul the world design capital, that Seoul will develop, and now I can say the same for the future of the city of beauty and creativity.
네, 잘 들었습니다. 그러면 이번에는 피터.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask Peter Jack if you have any questions to Mayor Oh Se-hoon, please.
The city of Seoul was very successful in the Red Dot Design Award in the last years with several projects. Also a light show with DDP was awarded last year. This year we awarded the latest map of the metro, the subway map, which is very beautiful designed. So my question to you is, how it's going on, and what can we expect for the Red Dot Design Award in the near future from the city of Seoul?
글쎄요, 뭐 출품하고 싶은
Well, there are many things that I would, make entries into the Red Dot Award. As I said before, we are focusing on fun design concept in Seoul. And a lot of projects are being launched in that regard. When you go to the Yoinaru station, probably you have seen.
There's what's called the runner station, and you might have seen it because young people these days in Korea, they are really into running. So then for them to enjoy running in their everyday lives, then what we thought, what we needed was to also help what we call the salarymen, the office workers who are on their way to work and back from work, to go into the subway station and then also change into running clothes. And then it's about 10 kilometers to run around the Yoido Park. So that is why we have created the runner station in the Yoinaru subway station. So these are such a unique and also quite characteristic subway stations. So we have started creating them this year. So you will also see a lot of changes next year. And not only that, but then also, of course, there are so many different metropolitan cities around the world. But then I would say that these changes, so having these changes that are really becoming part of everyday lives, I'm sure that it's also quite rare to see. So this could be potentially one submission to the Red Dot Awards. In other words, a good link to the service design. In other words, the combination of software and hardware design that is also very much linked to the service design. Of course, I do not have enough time to introduce all of them, but then also there is what we call the everyday innovation that the Seoul city is attempting. So for example, green design, active design, universal design that we are also trying to incorporate into everyday lives. I am sure that they are all more than qualified to be submitted to the Red Dot. So keep your hopes up. Keep your hopes up.
네, 그러면 이번에는 아까 이제 시장님께서
So, Mayor, you asked a question to Craig Kiner. Could you repeat your question to Mr. Kiner? So, DDP has made a great impact on the architecture scene in Korea when it was first concepted. The architecture industry in Korea was very much shocked because, they posed a criticism that the DDP is not part of the surrounding environment, is not mingling with the surrounding environment. Why we have to demolish the Seoul baseball stadiums and others to make this humongous, what they say, architecture. I think that kind of criticism have been experienced by many countries around the world when they try to introduce this kind of revolutionary design element in the city. So I would like to ask for your insight as to how we should deal with these kind of challenges in the future.
Thank you, Mario. Yes, I know it was an extremely challenging kind of position that you put the. I think the proposition of creating this facility in the city, but I think you had the vision that it was going to be transformational to the city, and I respect that there was a lot of opposition, probably by the businesses as well as demolishing both the football stadium and the baseball stadium that was on site, as well as all the kind of market facilities that were around the project site at the time. We had no control, obviously, over the competition, but we entered the competition with the understanding that the project was going to be transformational to the city. And I think it's proved to be that way. To raise the profile of design in the city, and I would say probably the country as well, transform the site to something that was probably kind of unknown at the time, how it supported the design industry as a design facility across kind of all spheres of design, not just architecture, but as well giving something back to the city as well. The kind of the amount of public realm that's created along the streets and with the park, the culture and historical park, which, as you know, at the time during demolition of the buildings that we uncovered, or the contractors uncovered a lot of cultural relics that needed to be documented, and we had to redesign the park accordingly to accommodate a very specific way of displaying those in the cultural and historic park, which has become another kind of level of understanding both the history of the city and as well how that relates to a contemporary architectural monument or landscape or landmark in the city. So I hope that kind of answers, kind of at least in part, the question.
네, 그러면은 저 이번에
All right, thank you. Now then, moving on to the next question to be asked by Mr. Craig Kiner to the mayor. So please go ahead.
I don't have the question in front of me, so if you could please repeat the question.
혹시 크레이그 카인
Well, actually, Mr. Craig Kiner, so if you could ask your question to the mayor, if you have any questions to the mayor, please.
I don't have the question.
아, 네.
Yeah.
네, 네, 알겠습니다. 그러면 그
Right, then I understand that, and I also understand that you have prepared something for the mayor. So would you like to give it to him now?
So that was a picture during the groundbreaking ceremony.
그 DDP를 건축할
Right, so that is the architectural sketch for the DDP and also the book. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifts. And now let's move on to Mr. Mayor to ask your question to Mr. Peter Zek. Thank you. Right, so you're a frequent visitor to Korea. So then I am sure that you have also witnessed with your own eyes about the changes in the Korean design community. Now, the city of Seoul, now we keep branding ourselves with design and also to maintain our reputation as the design capital. Then what can be your advice to the city of Seoul and also for the vision? So for example, the design vision of Seoul, any tips that you would like to give us?
As I mentioned before, I think you should just continue like you started, and you have very strong potential in the city with many creative minds. And you mentioned before you don't have factories here in the city, but that's also very good because factories can be a big problem for cities, especially if you have factories of old industries. And we know a lot of cases where those kind of factories had to be transformed or be reduced in a new way. But all this does not happen in Seoul. So you can concentrate really on creative events and the creative business. I know you have a very good education, not just in Seoul, in Korea, good design education. You create, meanwhile, you create fantastic movies and music productions, which are worldwide renowned. I remember this a fantastic movie, Parasite, which was a really best-selling movie. And and the interesting thing, within this movie, there is shown a rich family of Seoul, and this rich family shows a lot of artwork of Korean artists. And I'm very happy that I collected one of the art pieces myself for my own home. So this is the way, this is the way it works, because you see it there, then you say, hey, this is so beautiful, this is so interesting. The artist is a very interesting person, so that's why we should buy one of his art pieces. So this is the way I think it goes very well for the city of Seoul. And however we can contribute, we will do it. Whenever you need my personal help or the help of our organization, we will be there.
한 가지 질문 더 해도 되나요?
네네.
May I ask another question to Peter? So we have a lot of visitors to DDP. So if you look at the, maybe it's a good idea to see the award-winning works at DDP in an exhibition of the award-winning works. What do you think?
Invitation, I will say yes. Immediately, you know, we show the Red Dot winning products in several places, in Singapore, in China, also in Europe, in Germany, and it would be, and we showed it in the past many times in Korea during several events, and it would be fantastic to be here with a Red Dot exhibition. You know, we have a lot of winners from Korea, from your good companies, and so we could make a great event here in this fantastic building.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Lastly, to Craig Taggart, do you have any lasting comments to the audience?
Enjoy the day, as well as the kind of the discussions that we've had here, and then later in the afternoon, and stay around for the presentations by all of us. And I hope as well that you've received the building in good standing, good order. I think if any of you were kind of skeptical at the beginning, I hope that skepticism has been kind of removed, as it were. I know it is quite unconventional as a building, but that was kind of a response to the brief, and as well as to the challenges that we faced through its delivery. But no, other than that, no, just enjoy the city. I mean, this is the 4th time I've been back this year, and every time it's a pleasure to visit Seoul. And with the snow, it's quite pretty. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 마지막으로 한 말씀.
All right, now then, lastly, Mr. Mayor. Well then, those who are here today, I'm sure that you are here with great interest in design and also in such architecture like DDP, and also curious about the future of Seoul. So let me take this opportunity to say this. Now, Seoul is changing its administrative structure to have design in its center. So for example, in the past, we would decide first what kind of building that we're going to build in Nodal Island. We would also define the purpose, everything, the size, everything. And then we would have a competition to select the design for this building. But now we have flipped the order. We would first have the design competition. So meaning that we would have a competition of the concept. So once we have the design concept, then we will determine the following. Like for example, the detailed architecture. So we would then have another competition for the detailed design. So it might take some more time and perhaps too long for a mayor with 4-year term. So perhaps we will not see all the results within my term. But then to have the design first and then to further develop it by having another competition. So that is the process that we are going to follow. So you will be able to see quite a creation in the nodal island. And please remember that that is all thanks to the design-based thinking. So that is for public architecture. Then what about private architecture? How are we going to enable them to focus more on design so that we can come up with very good-looking buildings? So we would be utilizing the incentive system. In other words, for the private architecture, for the private buildings as well, we will also ask them, we will also encourage them to get the design first that would be unique and also bring fun to the citizens of Seoul. So either fun design or more beautiful or more awesome design. So then if they show such elements, then we would also utilize our land mass to the building ratio. So we would utilize that, and by doing that, then we would also incorporate that element and give them more leeway in terms of the land to building ratio in terms of the actual design. And by doing so, we look forward to seeing more buildings in the future. So we are currently testing this on a pilot basis. So this type of design-oriented process for the public architecture and for the private architecture. So I have also explained this just now. Of course, these changes are not something that we can see within 2 to 3 years. But then now 7, 8 years from now, then you will think that, oh, there are many designs that are eye-catching, that are also gaining kudos from around the world. So once you notice them, then you will better understand what I mean by the design-centric administration. And then that kind of future within the next 10, 15 years would become more and more universal and more general process. So by then, the buildings that we see in Seoul then will be those that will bring about more pleasure, more happiness to us all. So then, on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the DDP, I look forward to many insights and wisdom to be shared by the experts here today, and I will also make sure that those wisdom and insights will be reflected into our policymaking. And with that, I would like to conclude my part of the discussion. So thank you all very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your presence and also for the online participants, all the students, citizens. Thank you very much for your attention and your interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Time really flies when you have fun. Back in 2010, Seoul was designated as the World Design Capital, and that was selected by the group of team chaired by Peter Jack. So you dream about this wonderful architecture and installations in the city. Thanks to the visionary leadership of Oh Se-hoon, the mayor of Seoul. Before closing, I would like to entertain one or two questions from the floor. If you ask questions, the design value written by Peter Jack will be awarded to you. So this is a competition for you. Any questions from the floor? Yes, we have a hand here.
네, 감사합니다. The professionals. Here is Korea, so I speak in Korea. 감사합니다.
Thank you for such a great discussion. My name is Juhana, majoring in public design at Hongik University. the world, a lot of countries around the world are focusing on designing to transform the city. So when I visited London, when I visited Tokyo, so the trend of the city, the urban design trend is more about solving the social issues and challenges, especially in the public design domain. So this is my impression that the trend of public design is being very much focused on the social, solving social challenges. So I think the winners of the international design competition, the winners are more emphasized on that aspect as well. So Jack, I have a question to you. Have you awarded such a designer who actually focused on solving the social challenges?
답변 되실까요?
Can you answer that question?
I just came from Tokyo to Seoul, and last Friday I had a meeting with representatives and designers from many leading companies in Japan. And they complained a little bit about this social impact of design, because they said the GMARC at the moment, they are looking too much on this focus, because they are producing products and they want to be awarded for the quality of their products so far. But of course, any design award, if we receive products of social relevance, of course, these products will be awarded. In Red Dot, we have this kind of products, especially in the communication design area. We have fantastic social projects worldwide, which we awarded. And also in our Singapore Design Concepts Awards, we have several categories just for social issues, social problems, and of course we give awards to that. But if it comes to very hard and tough product design, then sometimes the social has to stand back a little bit. Yeah, so that makes the difference. But of course, all these social things belong to design, and it's very challenging for the future. I will give some examples in my talk in this afternoon about the social issues of cities. So it's not everything only beautiful in the cities. Sometimes we have corners we have to worry about. Yeah, and of course design awards should reflect this.
네, 답이 되셨죠? 네. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 한 분 더.
Thank you. I hope that has answered your question, and we will take one last question. So I believe that his hand was up first. I apologize to the others. Thank you. I am a graduate of the Architecture Department of Hongye University. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for such a great event, and also first snow today, so it feels like we are in the cloud. So once again, thank you very much for this opportunity to be among such good people today. So I would like to thank the organizers very much. Now then, my question is to Mr. Craig Connor. Now, aside from DDP, so other than DDP, any other global projects that you found to be the most impressive, and what are the reasons for that?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, a difficult question. Yeah, I mean, there's the projects that I've been involved with for, across the number of years that I've been with the practice. I suppose the project that might be, say, the most, in some respects, challenging is a project that we recently completed in Prague, the Masaryka rail station development adjacent to the rail lines in Prague. It's a conventional office building. At least that was the program, with commercial premises on the ground level and mezzanine level. But it's kind of regenerational, as it was a derelict piece of land kind of adjacent to the rail lines that had been sitting there for many, many years, a very thin sliver of land that was, I think, for many years considered undevelopable. But the client had a kind of a vision that this city needed that plot of land to be redeveloped to try to transform this site. And they had a number of kind of other objectives to try to draw people from the Místí Republika, which is the kind of the main square, or one of the historic squares in Prague, to the site, which is only a stone's throw away, to be honest, 2-minute walk. And as well, so there was to create a beacon, some sense a landmark at that location, not on an international scale, but certainly a city scale. Again, to draw people to the site, but as well the ambition to add to the very high quality public realm that's in Prague. So as part of that, creating a square that was kind of a forecourt to the rail station, but even more kind of aspirational was to create a link between 3 districts in Prague by creating a connection over the rail lines, through the building, and then across the rail lines to these other 2 districts. But it was fraught with a number of kind of difficulties. There was kind of a struggle kind of internally within the practice in terms of how one, so there was a competition, we won the competition, we were kind of then, there was a number of kind of months and actually years before the project was built. But through our kind of investigation, we came up with a number of other kind of scenarios for the project. But I suppose integral to that development, evolution of the project was the city planning department, the architectural heritage department, because it's in the kind of the most historically significant part of Prague. So it was very sensitive in terms of its architectural character and in terms of its urban design, how it kind of related to the other buildings or the context. But in the end, we got through it after a number of years, be it with a number of kind of other political challenges within the city. But it was opened officially in July this year with quite a successful celebration of that. So that was just kind of a response to how some cities kind of deal with difficult projects and challenges, and how they can be, again, in part, transformational at a kind of a district level, as well as a city level.
네, 감사.
All right, thank you very much for that. So now then, I would like to thank everyone for your participation, for the discussion, and also for the Q&A. Thank you very much. Now, yes, the landmarks and design, the engines of urban development. So that was the topic today. So I would like to thank the speakers, Mayor Oh, and also Mr. Peter Zek, and also Mr. Craig Kiner. Thank you very much for your participation. And also, I would also like to thank the participants, members in the audience. And with that, we are going to conclude the special discussion of the Seoul Design International Forum 2024. Thank you very much.
상담을 나눠주신 분들께 큰 박수.
Thank you very much. Once again, a big hand to the speakers in the special discussion. And also, I would like to first ask the moderator to step down to your seat. And now the mayor has prepared a book to commemorate this special discussion. So we will be making the preparation to deliver the book. So the mayor will also present the book to the panelists. So on the table, we have the book that the mayor has prepared. This is to keep this special discussion in memory. So a big hand, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So once again, thank you very much for the very meaningful discussion, very meaningful exchange. And with that, we officially conclude this special discussion. Thank you very much. You may now go back to your seats. Thank you.
오전이기도 했던 이 DDP
Right, so the DDP, which is also a challenge to the convention, becoming a landmark of Seoul, helping Seoul becoming a more and more attractive city. And we have listened to the discussion by the three gentlemen who have helped create the DDP. And now, of course, as we continue to navigate future challenges, I do hope that Seoul will continue to develop into a global city. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a break until 1 p.m. And starting at 1 p.m., we will be beginning the sessions. There will be 2 sessions to follow in the afternoon. I will ask for your continued interest and participation, and I will come back to you in the afternoon. Thank you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오늘 청중석에서 질문을 하셨던 분들께
And some announcements, please. For those who have asked questions, then as was announced earlier, there will be gifts for the questioners. So for the questioners, please come to the front of the stage.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I do it myself. Yeah.
(2024) 서울 디자인 국제 포럼에 참석하신 여러분께 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2024 서울 디자인 국제 포럼 기조 강연이 시작되겠습니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 자리에 앉아 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고
We are going to have the keynote session for the Seoul Design International Forum 2024. For the smooth proceeding of the meeting, please turn your mobile phone into a silent mode. Thank you.
the legendary Giorgetto Giugiaro, to remake it. The Pony Coupe was back. And how better celebrate it than giving it its first ever ad? Hyundai presents the ad that should have been. The ad that should have been published in... It was made. Design follows the... conversational tone of old-school ads. Published in international automotive magazines, it gave over 186,000 car lovers around the
Okay. Then let's start from the beginning. I need to go back.
The first front page.
Yeah. I have to go back. This is this. Good. Super. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, some housekeeping announcements, please. We are going to begin the Seoul Design International Forum 2024 soon. I would like to ask everyone to please come inside the hall and take your seats. And also to make sure that we move ahead with no interruptions, please make sure that your cell phone has been turned to either silent mode or vibration mode. And please be informed that there is simultaneous interpretation throughout the day. Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. And before we begin, please also be reminded of the emergency exit routes. Where you are now is Art Hall 2, and in the case of emergency, you will be able to find the exits as you see on the screen. So there are exits at the back and also to the front. Please follow the instructions of the staff in the case of emergency. And also for the extinguisher, please remove the nozzle. Please remove the safety pin, hold the nozzle, and fire it toward the fire. And also to please make sure that you can also cover your nose and mouth with your clothes or pieces of cloth in the event of fire as we move in the case of an emergency. Once again, you can also ask the staff for support or guidance in anything. Thank you.
네, 2024 서울 디자인 국제 포럼에 오신
Now, welcome to the Seoul Design International Forum 2024. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning sessions 1 and 2, starting with the keynote speech. Empowering global design capabilities through urban initiatives will be the topic of session 1. And it is about enhancing the value of design leading city Seoul, and also to find a new course for development in the future. So I do hope that this is going to be a useful session for all of us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the keynote speech. Now, one of the 3 design awards, Red Dot. Now we have Dr. Peter Zek, who is the founder and CEO of Red Dot. He will tell us about the spirit of success, designing the urban quality of life. So now then, with your big hand, we are going to invite up to the stage Professor and Dr. Peter Zek.
To your keynote speech. 자, 여러분 힘찬 박수로
Please welcome Professor Peter Zek with a big round of applause.
I'm really happy to be back again in Seoul. I come here to the city frequently since the late 80s, so I know the city very well, and maybe this is one of the reasons why I'm standing here now, because I was asked to reflect the situation of DDP and the World Design Capital Project and the outcomes of it. And I like to do this together with you now. Have a look first to our urban development. 57% of the world's population live in cities and urban areas already today. In Korea, it's already now 81%. 81%. In Japan, it's 92%. And in the US, it's 83%. Germany, where I come from, is only 77%. But you can see that the better developed countries already have the most citizens living in cities. And this development will go further, so we will have 68% of the world's population expected to live in urban areas in 2050. So the city seems to be a success model for living. Many people enjoy the facilities of the city, they enjoy the way of living, the way of having possibilities of entertainment and things like this. But on the other side, cities are facing also challenges. Oops, one back. Of course, we have the climate change, and you can see what happens into some places. Floods happening. Recently in Spain, people get crazy and get angry about it. So this is really an outcome of our climate change. The sustainability of our lives in the cities is also a big challenge. Or even Seoul has some problems, as I heard, with the Han River, sometimes if it is too much raining. And so this is one of the challenges. Another one is, of course, the clean energy and air pollution. In the future, we are facing this problem of pollution in cities, and I don't think that electric cars will solve this problem. Not at all. I mean, electric car will solve probably no problem at all, but politicians believe different things. Smart mobility and monitored cities are very smart, and the mayor at lunchtime just talked to us, and he said the metro system of Seoul probably is the best in the world. He said he has no benchmark for it. Seoul itself became a benchmark. Of course, you can find everywhere cameras in the cities, but monitored cities should not mean that everybody is recognized, like in Chinese cities today. It is just for safetiness, and it's just to get a better impression about the situation of the cities. Other challenges are homeless people. Also, the mayor talked at lunchtime about a big project that he started right after he took the office. He gave lectures to homeless people. He made some invention of service design to homeless people, and he was able to reduce the number of homeless people in Seoul dramatically. Then we have drugs, of course. I'm not sure how the drug problem is here in Korea. Many Asian cities or many Asian countries are very strict regarding drugs, but in other places like Europe, United States, you have big problems. Then, of course, we have a criminal rate in the cities. This is, all challenging. Coming now to Seoul City. Let's go back to the future. It was the project World Design Capital. During my term in the board of ICSID, or today it's called the World Design Organization, I established this project. And I wanted to encourage cities to reflect more about design and to go deeper into the design development. The idea was to select cities who wanted to use design for their future development. So we were not looking for already established design cities, let's say like cities like Barcelona already, or Paris, or very famous cities, or Milano, for example. These were not the cities we were looking for. We were looking for, at that time, let's say, nameless cities on the list of design. And Mayor O was one of the first mayors who discovered the chance and applied for this title, this very fresh title. The first World Design Capital was Torino, and then the second one became Seoul. I just explained what it means, so I remember very well. I looked a little bit younger at that time, and we made the signing ceremony about the World Design Capital in 2010, and then the city became the World Design Capital. Here we have the whole ICSID team. We were all invited to the city of Seoul, and the question at that time was, what will bring this to us? At that time, the title World Design Capital was not that expensive, but it cost a little bit money as well to give to the World Design Organization. But the other question is it a real good investment? And what will be the coming out? And yes, I think if you start design thinking in a city, then step by step, slowly, people will change their minds as well. And you will find more and more other groups who will support this idea of better architecture, of better cultural events, of a better fun in life and whatever, you know. This is, one goes to the other, and you know, this makes the life much more enjoyable in cities. And I think for this reason, the World Design Capital program is a very successful program. At the moment, we have the city of Tijuana in Mexico, and combined with the city of San Diego in the United States, they are the World Design Capitals right now, and the incoming World Design Capital will be Frankfurt in 2 years. So I'm very proud on this project because we changed a little bit the world of cities and of urban life with this. For example, the architecture changed after the World Design City project. In 2012, the City Hall was renewed, and it became a more natural approach. It was, you know, sustainable architecture, and it was a unique architecture of the City Hall. Then, of course, this place where we are, I remember very well the big discussions about taking down these two stadiums, a football stadium and a baseball stadium. But I think it was not just because of the stadiums, it was more a social issue. Because around the stadiums, we had a lot of little businesses. And many people there sold little things, and so there was a social fear against this project at that time. And I remember that I visited together with Mayor O the venue when the stadium still existed, and there were big demonstrations going on, and the police had to protect us at that time. So, but I'm so happy that after 10 years of the existing of this building, now the situation has changed totally. It has become a real landmark of design for the city. 2014 it was opened, and that's why we have now this year the 10th anniversary of this fantastic design. You know, Zaha Hadid is a Pritzker Prize winner, is one of the, is even better than a Red Dot winner, I must say that, because it's very rare. And I think, I'm not sure whether I'm right, but Zaha was the only woman who won this. Yes, huh? Yeah, she's the only woman who won the Pritzker Prize, yeah. And she created this wonderful landmark here. The New York Times said, listed up places where we should go to, you know, remarkable places, and of course, DDP is one of it. There are 52 places to go in the world, and this place is one. And you are already here, so you manage already one of the 52. This is a great success of this kind of architecture. We gave a lot of Red Dot Awards for some events and projects. For example, this lighting project, it's a spectacular event, and it was awarded by us in 2023. Here's another lighting show on the surface of this building, and the people enjoy it. The people really enjoy it. They come in crowds to see this kind of lighting events. But beside this, there were other architectural projects in Seoul. The Lotte Tower. It's a tower with 555 meters high, and is one of the largest or tallest buildings in Asia. This was is also a remarkable piece of design. And then we have the Soilyo 7017 at nighttime here. This is an old and former highway which was transformed or transferred into a kind of roof garden. And the people also enjoy this very much. So Seoul has a lot of projects where we can see that the city government tries to integrate the public into having more fun in the daily life in the city and enjoying the city life much better. And now it comes to the spillover effects, because Mayor O was asked when he received the World Design Capital title, what will this bring to us? And I mentioned to him at that time, it will bring a good business. Design always is good business. You know, it makes companies more successful, and of course it makes cities more successful. And here we have some examples. You know, DDP was also planned to be a hub for fashion, but regarding to this new spirit in the city, the film industry developed, the music industry developed, of course the fashion industry developed, and last but not least, also the design industry developed very fast. I mentioned in our podium discussion already the film Parasite. Did you see the film? Do you know the film? if you don't know, you should see it immediately. It's such a great movie. And yeah, it shows a little bit of this lifestyle in Seoul, lifestyle in Korea. From the very, very rich to the pretty, I wouldn't say poor, to the pretty regular ones. And the film is very, very funny, but it's also a kind of cultural testimonial of the development of Seoul and of Korea. But for me, of course, as a Red Dot man, I'm more interested in the real design story, how design companies like LG, for example, or Hyundai and Kia developed very much. This is a good point. When I visited the company Hyundai a couple of years ago, I asked them, isn't it very difficult for you to develop really sustainable and modern design? Because your design history of car building in Korea is very short. It's almost not there. I mean, we have countries like Germany, Great Britain, United States, where we have a long tradition in car development. And of course, because of this, we have a different kind of understanding what a car can be and what a car should be. And Sun Yup, the head of design of Hyundai at that time, he said, we had the same question. We asked us the same question. And we came back to a project in the 70s, and we wanted to go back to this and to get more inspiration for our actual projects now. And what you see here is part of it. Is this pony coupe on top was developed in 1974. And the iconic 5 is a development of 2021. And you see the parallels and the design. And you see what I mean when I ask for a kind of tradition in design and a kind of history in design. Where can you get inspired from? And this happens here. And it even goes further because they started a new kind of advertisement, because the old pony car was almost forgotten in Hyundai. It was almost forgotten, but due to the new design spirit of the city, due to the new spirit in the cultural daily life, they started to reflect their own history again. And so they came up with the idea, hey, we have to go back in the time to create a new future for us. And they made a fantastic commercial.
In 1974, Hyundai designed their most iconic concept car, the Pony Coupe. Despite only one model being made, it became an icon, influencing sports cars, movie cars, and today's award-winning models. But at some point, that model got lost. Yep, lost. So 49 years later, Hyundai asked its designer, the legendary Giorgetto Giugiaro, to remake it. The Pony Coupe was back. And how better celebrate it than giving it its first ever ad? Hyundai presents the ad that should have been. The ad that should have been published in 1974 was designed to look like it was made, well, back in 1974. The full-page, long copy print pays tribute to the golden era of car advertising. Its design follows the typography, layout, and formatting of the era, and even features Hyundai's first logo, crafted using modern tools, just as Giugiaro did for the Pony Coupe's own remake. The new model sits pride of place in its well-deserved moment in print, whilst its story is revealed in the classic conversational tone of old-school ads. Published in international automotive magazines, it gave over 186,000 car lovers around the world a dose of nostalgia. 49 years on from its first launch, the Pony Coupe's ad that should have been. Our apologies for taking so long.
Yes, this clip was also awarded with a Red Dot Design Award for communication design. But it tells you the whole story I mentioned before. Huh? So after that, now Seoul was ready to invite foreigners, creative foreigners, to work in the creative business together with them, like these three gentlemen, Peter Schreier, Luc Donkerwolke, and Karim Habib. Peter Schreier was in charge of Kia design, and he made Kias, I tell you, they became very competitive in the world market. And then Luc Donkerwolke succeeded him, and Karim Habib is also a designer now for Kia, with big success. But the interesting point is that those people come to Korea, come to Seoul, to be a part of the creative industry. Many years ago, I was asked, how can Seoul develop more as a modern city, and what makes us more creative? It's always the question, as Mayor O asked me today as well. And at that time, I think it was the World Championship when Germany became a world champion in Brazil. And I just showed two pictures. One of the national team of Korea and one of the national team of Germany. You know, in the national team of Germany, we had probably 4 or 5 original Germans, original ones. All the others are immigrants, and the immigrants and came to Germany and made Germany great. If you look at the Korean team, only Koreans, and this makes a big difference. And I think a country or a city must be open to attract talents from all over the world. And this is also part of our design capital project. But it works. You know, we have now flagship stores of leading brands in fashion. For example, we have the Prada store, we have Chanel and Fendi, and all this, the leading fashion brands now come to Seoul to establish their business here as well. So these are all steps in the right direction of the city development into a creative and modern lifestyle city. Global cities between heritage and modernity are the trendsetters of real good lifestyle and creativity. And I have some examples for you. For example, Paris is a typical example for this. Heritage and modernity. And this is the perfect demonstration about it. This pyramid in front of the Louvre, the heritage building, and the modern design from Anno. Or London is one of the cities. You have, London is so much traditional in one side, but on the other side, we are very modern, and we are super innovative in London. And that brings creativity to the city, and people want to be there. Another example of London, you can see here the mix of tradition and the modern buildings. But also Singapore is a good example for that. You know, we have the old ancient buildings and we have very, very modern architecture. By the way, Singapore really plans the skyline appearance at nighttime. So companies who make big skyscrapers, they have to sign contracts that they light them up during the nights in a certain percentage, so that the city does not look dark. Recently I was in Shanghai, for example, and of course also Shanghai deals with light in the night, but they switch it off at 11 o'clock. So you have this wonderful television tower, colorful, and after 11, I mean in weekends maybe after 12, after midnight, it's dark. And the whole city turns to be dark. This makes a big difference. And of course, one of the trendsetters is New York. Yeah, and New York, with the old traditional buildings, the Central Park, and the modern buildings. Seoul has the same opportunity, heritage and modernity. For example, the Blue House is an heritage building within the nature. On the other side, we have modern technology of Seoul created by LG, or as I mentioned before, the Lotte Tower as really innovative buildings. So it is the question of how to be united, how we can unite heritage and modernity in the modern city life, and we have inspiring opportunities. For example, on one side, we have the architecture, design, culture, and modernity. On the other side, we have heritage, culture, craftsmanship, and traditional houses. So this could be a way Seoul could walk for the future as well. So inspiring opposites create the spirit of success. And this is a quote of a mayor I know. He once said, "A city is never finished. A city is constantly changing." Thank you very much.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give Mr. Peter Jack a big round of applause. To raise the awareness of design and make the city more creative will boost the competitiveness of the city. That was the key message of Peter Jack. So we need to maintain and strike a balance between heritage and modernity as well to be more creative in our urban environment. Thank you very much for that insightful keynote. We'll take a short break. From 1:40, we'll have session 1. So 10 minutes break. See you soon.
2024 서울 디자인 국제 포럼 첫 번째 세션.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin the session 1 of this forum. The title of this forum is Empowering Global Design Capabilities Through Urban Initiatives. We have 3 presentations followed by a panel discussion. The first presenter of this session is Mr. Craig Kiner, Principal Director of Zaha Hadid Architects. So this year marks the 10th anniversary of the opening of DDP. So marking this important anniversary, Mr. Kiner will talk about the trend of DDP and the future outlook of DDP.
speech. 여러분 힘찬 박수로 환영.
Please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. Good morning, well, good afternoon now, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It's a real pleasure to be back in Seoul and at Don Daemin Design Plaza. Like Mayor O had mentioned before, there's a lot of memories of the place from the beginning back in 2008 to the grand opening in 2014, but the groundbreaking, 4 years before that. And thank you for the invitation to attend the Seoul Design International Forum. On behalf of the office, Dr. Schumacher and myself, I'd like to thank Mayor O for his vision, his leadership, and ambition for supporting us, Zaha Hadid Architects, and the DDP. A design that was unfamiliar and perhaps a little alien, an extraordinary challenge for the city. As we know, or all aware, DDP was conceived to commemorate Seoul as World Design Capital in 2010. 14 years now, and then celebrating the 10th anniversary of the building opening. We'd also like to offer thanks to the competition jury, their courage and resolve through the process, for selecting the design of the metonymic landscape. And all of our partners, our team of consultants, both in London and in Seoul, including SAMU architects and engineers, and all of our staff at ZHA. And of course, all the construction individuals whose dedication played a critical role in the delivery of the project. And for SDF, their guardianship have generously looked after the building for the past 10 years, following completion, organizing continuous series of program and events that have enabled the facility to play a vital and active role in the life of the city. And of course, to Zaha herself, her support, leadership, and unwavering, uncompromising kind of ambition and optimism for the future. So that's us. Within a global context, ZHA has been a global practice from the earliest beginnings. We continue in that legacy to creating work that's deeply embedded in place, adapting to the challenges of specific conditions, local contexts, and increasingly serious climactic pressures. Our approach to design is representative of a broad perspective of cultural assimilation, environment, and vision. But the journey must begin with the world, a seminal project by Zaha herself. The world was an exploration into the potentialities of architecture in this dynamic urban condition. And it's represented through distinct apertures and a fundamentally different way of visualizing space, adjacencies and contextual conditions. She brought that perspective and openness to the office from the earliest days. Individuals from around the world were invited and introduced to the office, facilitating an incredibly diverse mix of cultures and viewpoints that blended together. So many flavors, many textures, many kind of cultures. And I was fortunate to be in the office starting nearly 35 years ago, which was an incredible time to be at the office, very exciting and dynamic. How these interpretations of multiple viewpoints overlaid on a single canvas, envisioning how these interventions can illustrate integration through their exploration in contextual overlays and visual perspectives. This global perspective has endured through the growth of the practice, which is why many of us are still present, and in some sense, a microcosm of London itself. So today, we work across all typologies: culture, office, transport, master planning, public realm, and product design. We bring this diverse global perspective to every project, together with a deep exploration into local context, which is a deep synthesis into interventions, which is unique to place. From Macau to Baku, Malta to Rabat, our work has covered a broad range of typologies and geographic regions, specific to the locality, to program and to client requirements, but nevertheless, always challenging, always exploring, and always seeking improvement. With our clients, how design can enrich brand value, collectively enhancing meaning, appeal, and significance. These attributes are critically important for the value, the worth of a commercial brand, but how do interventions influence history, add to and embrace the cultural richness of a place? How do we design in a global context? From our earliest civilizations, design or architecture has defined a culture, or perhaps conversely, a cultural civilization is defined and expressed through design. From protective fortifications, places of spiritual celebration, palaces to emblematic structures, both building and space have endured through history, have served to symbolize and give meaning to a culture. Design permeates all aspects of our lives. It has evolved to become acutely culturally defining with tremendous value. Design is a fundamental component to our existence and survival, without which humankind would cease to exist. Certainly far less interesting, rich and expressive, less distinct, and I would say happy as well. Considering more contemporary examples, buildings become icons of a place, redefining their identity. And I did intentionally avoid placing DDP in this slide. Design initiatives have defined a place, raising profile and value economic activity, investment, growth, and a positivity for the future. But on a more holistic level, design is not solely architecture. Design is pervasive across all aspects of our lives. So specifically within the Korean context, I think that the world is experiencing and has experienced the discovery or perhaps reappreciation of Korean culture. From traditional Korean folk art to scroll painting, pottery, and sculpture, to modern art, abstract art, painting, sculpture, and digital art. And we all kind of recognize some of the individuals there. And specifically at the DDP, with the continuous program of art and installations, Rafik Anadol's beautifully choreographed animations, but as well fashion, for which the area around Dongdaemun has been known for many, many years. To film and series television, Peter mentioned Parasite, but there's a number of others as well that, as well as the series televisions, which has become incredibly popular, including The Extraordinary Attorney Woo, as well to literature. I personally have a very limited knowledge of Korean literature, only having read Han Kang's The Vegetarian, but very powerful book, and reading Greek tragedies or at the moment. But the talk would be incomplete, I think, without mentioning Korean literature. And of course, music, which Dr. Zekmek mentioned as well, with Gangnam K-pop and its influence globally, and attention to detail, to design, physical training, and as well food. So there's perhaps no greater culturally defining aspects of our lives, satisfying our basic needs, the things we enjoy and experience, friendship, happiness, sharing, and well-being. Architecture provides a physical backdrop, but as well a catalyst. So just for clarity, and I'm in no way kind of professing to have even the most rudimentary knowledge of Korean culture with such a cursory summary, but my objective is to illustrate the kind of pervasiveness of design across all aspects of our lives. So back to architecture and urban design. Well-designed civic space is critical for a quality of urban life. And in Eleftheria Square in Nicosia, Cyprus, it was synonymous of trying to integrate a divided city. A stage for performance, for enjoyment and use for all members of society. And in Hamburg, infrastructure delivered as an objective, originally as an objective to prevent the flooding of the city, but with greater design aspiration, can operate on a higher level to form an attractive and vital civic space for the city of Hamburg. Masaryka, which I mentioned in our kind of earlier discussions, operates as a foil or frame for civic space, and coupled with active uses, generates a positive contribution to the fabric and the life of the city. Bold and successful, and a contemporary addition to the architectural heritage and the quality of public realm in the city of Prague. In Nanjing, the Youth and Cultural Center, originally designed for the Olympics, for the Youth Olympic Games, has become a bit of a landmark in Nanjing. And in Rabat, in Morocco, the Grand Theatre of Rabat, a significant contribution of cultural infrastructure in the city. And in Baku, a venue which has actually become a bit of an architectural monument, which some of our recent attention has been focused on the UN Climate Change Conference, COP29 deliberations earlier this month, which I understood a deal's been done, but perhaps not as good as what one should expect. And in Korea, some images of kind of recent competitions that we've undertaken. So back in Don Daemun. So what is the future of the DDP for the next 10, 20, or 50 years? Does it operate as a civic landmark, a vital civic space for the city? I believe it does. I believe the facility has an important place in the city as a significant and critical component of cultural infrastructure for the city and the country, a canvas for design and exhibition at all levels and all spheres, for digital art and music, a venue for the fashion industry, for film or literature, controversial or not, challenging current or perhaps changing cultural norms and ideologies. A place that is open, as a city should be, to encourage diversity, free thought and expression, and inclusive to everyone. Challenging, exploring, and questioning. So the future of DDP, I think it should be an expansion of the cultural offerings that have already happened. Design exhibitions, installations, a venue for film, for music, to address evolving future and fashion developments and challenges. But we need to continue to push the boundaries. So places become embedded, icons become embedded into the life of the city. They become a place where people join, they meet, exchange ideas, which is really one of the most important, I think, operations and functions of a civic building. Let's see if this will run. So it's a quick video that we've made at the office, well, with our collaborators.
감사합니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Kiner. So that was the first presentation in the session 1. So Mr. Kiner talked about the history of DDP, what was the challenges faced by the architect and the designer, as well as the city of Seoul, and what will be the future of DDP. Without design, the world would have been less happier, less fun, and less rich. So DDP is still evolving, and a lot of events are happening, from fashion to art exhibition to culture and the film scenes as well. So I am looking forward to having more landmarks like DDP that will define the identity of the space as well as the city of Seoul.
이상인 디렉터님께서 두 번째 발표를 준비해 주셨습니다. 2024 서울 디자인 국제 포럼 시티
Creator of TikTok, and he will tell us about the city design and AI. Interesting topic indeed. So please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. Great to meet you. This is Lee Sang-in. Big snow today in Seoul. I was here on Saturday, and now such big snow all of a sudden catches you by surprise, but also very nice to see such snow in Seoul. So I find it quite exciting to be here. Now, my topic today, my discussion today is not going to be so hard, so I hope that you can listen to it with a light heart. So let me begin. City design and AI is going to be the topic of my presentation. I am Lee Sang-in. I am currently the creative director in TikTok, thinking about the implementation of AI and also the system. And before that, I was the design director in Google, and then also I was the head of C+ AI Fluent Studio at Microsoft. Even before that, at Deloitte Digital. So I was at this consultancy firm. And then now this year, I also wrote a book called AI Works, Humans Grow. And thankfully, this has become a bestseller. Thank you very much. And if you haven't bought it yet, you might want to drop by a bookstore on your way home. Now, after getting requests for this talk, this is the biggest question for me since then. What is a city for me? Of course, it's a space for living, where we live, and also a place of economic activities, also the source of inspiration. Aside from this, there are so many purposes, so many functions, reasons, roles for a city. And combining all of them, then a city is what makes the people who live in it. It also applies to me. I lived in Seoul, New York, Seattle, Silicon Valley. So I have lived in these cities. I lived in Seoul for 25 years, experiencing the dynamism and competitiveness. In New York, living there as a designer for 10 years, honing myself as a designer, and then from there, I was fortunate enough to create the New York office of the Deloitte Design. So I was the head of the visual team, and then moving on to Seattle, working with a big tech for the first time in Microsoft. So moving to Seattle, and then now from there to Google in Silicon Valley. So then now working there, I could see that the global companies, they are not like, so they are having a global impact not only on millions of people, but on billions of people, observing, participating, and was able to learn a great deal. And now, today, I am working in Silicon Valley. So from a few years ago, I have been working on AI, and now I am doing this in a more focused manner, so that is why I decided to move. Anyway, so living through these different cities, this is what I had felt. Where I live shapes me, defines me, develops me, then what are the two things that can define me today? Design, designer, and AI. Now, AI, it is something that has developed remarkably in the past few years, especially with generative AI. So in the past 4 or 5 years, it has been growing at a rapid pace. And I myself, overlapping in that period, have also grown with it. Among the design tools that we use, there's Midjourney. So this is a text image tool. So looking at its development, you can see how AI, or the generative AI, has developed so fast. Version 1 on the leftmost side. And then, so this is from February 2022. Only in a year and 3 months, with version 5.1, using the same prompt, you can see how fast this technology has developed. And then now in 2024, Midjourney version 6, it can also be used commercially to offer products to the audience, to the public. And then version 7 will be released soon. Not just the text-to-image, but also text-to-video technology has also developed quite rapidly. Now, compared to text-to-image, text-to-video was released a bit late, but then now its development in the past 1 or 2 years has brought it to a level where it is enough to be commercialized. And that is why Coca-Cola has utilized AI tools for its seasonal commercial this year. Well, it's not perfect, of course, but again, you can see that it is already being used for commercial purposes. Now, this development is not only about creating images or videos, but then it would also apply to and will keep evolving in all the different areas. Like, for example, NVIDIA. So, NVIDIA stocks, it's going up all the time. And then also cloud, large language model, optimization, and then also API that make them run, and then also in the end user. So you can see that across all areas, AI is evolving. Then also the no-code AI and also the low-code AI. So you see that these tools are also developing. Now, no-code or low-code, what this means is that you don't need to code. Even without coding knowledge, or even with the basic coding knowledge, you are able to make your own applications. So you see that all these platforms are really flooding us. And now what all of them shows is now in 2024, so this is from the McKinsey, their survey on top 100 companies. So from 2021 to 22, you can see that these graphs, the AI adoption rate, little change. But then now, going through 2023, you can see that it is moving up rapidly. By 25, I would say that the lines would be even steeper. Now then, looking at this development, now this is Mr. Jensen Huang of NVIDIA, and he says that there is now the iPhone moment for AI. What does this mean? AI technology being the basis for operating systems, and then based on that, so many different applications are now about to be ready to be poured out. They are already being developed and being launched. So iPhone, one of its key success factors was, of course, there was the design excellence, but then not only that, but also through this very good design, there are also the public applications that helped its popularity. And now they're saying that we also have the same moment with AI. So as we can see, and also we also experience and feel that we are now living in the age of AI. Now then the question is, what about design? In this era of AI, what does design have to do? I always think design is about connection. People to people, people to technology, technology to technology is the power of design. Design is what connects them all. Then I would say that also it is the role of the design to connect the changing world to us. Now, this is at the We Robot event. This is a self-driving taxi. So this was at the Tesla event. And then now, of course, self-driving cars, self-driving taxis to be launched and to be popularized. It is something that we are all aware of. Now, one thing that stood out from here is that not only about the self-driving technology, but also this changing city landscape. So now many are saying that with more and more self-driving cars, self-driving technology, and also self-driving taxis or robots being available, then the cities that we know as of today will also change. So on the left-hand side, so from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. So you can see that there is the there's going to be a vast difference between now and the future, because right now we need parking space, quite a lot of it, and also there's quite a lot of traffic congestion. So cities fraught with so many problems. You can see that with the self-driving technology, some of it could be resolved. Then the existing parking space, existing traffic congestion, in other words, all the roads that have been built to handle the traffic would also be faced with many different new challenges. Then what should be our answers to these changes? Then to this, Gen AI can actually help us quite a lot. Now, with the power of generative AI, we can also visualize our imagination. So on the left-hand side, this is the highway in Philadelphia. And then now a Twitter user very quickly utilized Gen AI to turn into a public park. So this kind of project, in other words, visualizing your imagination. And we can see that it is already being used in many different projects around the world. So for example, the UNDP, this is the UN Development Program, and the UNDP has conducted this project that I'm about to introduce to you. Now this is a place called Batania in Panama City. Less developed than Seoul or New York, but then now this space, how can they turn this into a better living space for people, was the question that they started out with at the UNDP. And they also held a workshop under this question. So the students of the Panama Engineering University and also the citizens of Batania, they got together to think about how they can transform and develop their own area, their own community. Many different ideas were brought forth, and now combining them together, they also wanted to turn them into a visual idea to create a visual image. And for this purpose, they have used Gen AI. So on the left-hand side are the images of the neighborhood that the citizens brought. And then now in the workshop, they put forth all these different ideas, apply them, turn them into these new images, meaning that even with this technology, even in this workshop, not just ending at talks, they can also turn them into something that everyone can see. And also the text-to-video, utilizing text-to-video tools, they can go further. So for example, this video, so this is when the OpenAI Sora was launched. So this is the video made of Japan, utilizing OpenAI Sora. So what you can do is use prompts to, so if they had also done the same in Batania, then they can use the prompts to connect all their images into this video image as well. Not only that, but also AI can help citizens develop various tools. Now, one project that I want to introduce to you, and this is from an AI project called Jugalbandi. So in a country with different ethnicities, different languages, they wanted to improve the access to the official documents by the people. Let me show you a video.
Allows us to understand language, transcribe it, translate it, and also synthesize it back in the form of speech.
चाचा यू जुगलबंदी है यहाँ पे हम लिख के भी और बोल के भी कुछ भी जो हमें स्कीम चाहिए सरकारी योजना है उनके बारे में जानकारी ले सका।
मैं किसान हूँ, मुझे सरकारी योजना कैसे प्राप्त हूँ।
मेरा नाम जुगलबंदी है। मैं एक असिस्टेंट हूँ जो आपकी सरकारी योजना के बारे में
대한민국 같은.
So for a country like Korea, when people, so we have relatively fewer migrants, but then as it becomes more and more globalized with more ethnicities living amongst us, then we might also need AI as a tool to overcome such linguistic barrier. So we see that AI is helping us develop in many different ways and also bring about a lot of changes. Then what about the designers? How can we keep our soul as we continue with our work? Now this is a recent quote that I found. I've brought it because I thought it was fun. I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do art and writing, not for AI to do my art and writing so that I can do my laundry and dishes. So it's like the tail wagging the dog. So we want to make sure that we don't get wagged by the tail. So then what do we need to do? first, we need the courage to accept new things. Now, as I mentioned earlier, AI is not just about functions. Now, it will also evolve. It has already evolved into the operating system level. It will continue to develop, obviously. And then also, just like the neural link, it can also be implemented. The chip can be implemented into the human brain to allow interaction. So the technology is there already. So then with such technological development, then what will this all mean for us? What will it mean to the designers? I would say that the UX and UI, as they are currently, they are limited by the over-dependence on visual reliance. So it would be very difficult to move away from intent, cognition, behavior, and outcome. But then now, if all these technologies continue to develop, then intent will immediately become the outcome. That means that experience, the definition of experience, will change. Then that means that we also need the courage to accept new technologies and new experience. Then will courage suffice? No. Second, there's no other way but to try it. Now, I talked about the program Midjourney. When it was first launched, I thought it was just so fun. So I spent all night creating all these images. So these are some of the images that I created at the time. Now, whenever such a new technology is made available, most people worry. Will it take away my job? It's too hard to work with. But then I would say that AI tools have the lowest entry barrier around. So for me, I'm the curious type. So whenever there's something like this, then I would also, take them in as side projects. And I also put them together. So this was when I was in Google. But anyway, so I also put together the designers to do a in-house workshop. And that is because AI continues to develop, tools are also pouring out. So I wanted all our designers to know about them. But it was really aimless. I just wanted to share my experience and the know-how, for example, how to make better use of the prompts to get better results. But then the results were quite interesting, more interesting than I had thought, because afterwards, I was able to directly participate in many of the AI projects inside Google. So I was invited to many of them. I began to lead some of them. And that experience has led me all the way to TikTok, where I am now in charge of AI matters. So what this means is only when you try it, it becomes your asset. So such new technologies or design like AI, then I would say that nobody is the expert yet. Neither am I. I'm not the perfect expert, but the earlier you experienced it, then the better you are in utilizing it as your own asset. Last is technology is just a tool. Now, the first experience of what in the parenthesis. So the first experience of what, I want you to guess what the parenthesis would be. This parenthesis would make all our jobs useless. This parenthesis will invade our privacy. This parenthesis will distort truths. This parenthesis will create things that are valueless. What would be in this parenthesis? 1839, the first commercial camera. Today, when Gen AI is growing explosively, we are seeing the same reaction as we had then. What happened since then? When you take photos of something, did it lose value? Did it distort truths? Did it render all human jobs meaningless? No. Whenever there is new technology, humans always make new roads. This is by Steve McCurry, one of my favorite photographers. Does it lack artistry? I don't believe so. Now, after photography was invented, then, Claude Monet, like Impressionism, and also Cubism by Pablo Picasso, they were all invented after photography, because we realized that it is not only what we see with our eyes that can be seen as art, but then what we can reinterpret in the human mind. It would elevate the art even further. So if we can focus on the essence, I believe that AI is just a tool. So once again, let us remind ourselves that we will not be wagged by the tail. Now then, in my last slide, now my favorite martial artist and philosopher, be water, my friend. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was Mr. Lee Sang-in, Creative Director of TikTok. The courage to accept something new, trying it out. And technology is just a tool. Not to be overwhelmed by technology, but to find the potential in the technology so that we can utilize AI to turn our cities into smarter, more livable space. Thank you very much once again for the presentation.
마지막 연사를
Now I would like to invite the third presenter of the session 1, Mr. Chris Van Duin from the OMA. He is the partner of OMA. The title of the presentation is Invisible Landmarks. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. After this artificial intelligence back to human intelligence, it's feeling going back in time a bit, perhaps. Anyway, I'm going to have a presentation for you. It's a bit of a mash-up of the, let's say, the last subject that Professor Dr. Zek kind of was talking about, let's say, existing and new. It's about landmark that Greg explained in detail, but also it's about human connection, part of the presentation by Sang Lee. Very short, my name is Chris van Duin. I'm one of the 7 partners at OMA, and we are mainly known for doing architecture, big projects, commercial projects, but also small and public projects. In addition to architecture, we, let me see, is it working? Can you check if the remote control is working? It's not working. Well, I say next slide, simply. Yeah, okay, I'm going to continue talking. Apart from architecture, we also do non-architectural projects, research projects, energy projects, and we do that under our alter ego, AMO. Here she is. Okay, yes. So AMO is let's say, another part of our company where we can expand on the architectural design, which makes it more interesting for us and gives us a bit more context on knowing what is happening in the world. The title today is Invisible Landmark. And I will explain that because the overall arcing title of today's event is How Can Design Change the City? And I think everybody has given their interpretation of it. And there's 2 main words in this sentence that I find interesting, design and city. And this basically implies that it's a one-directional effort, designing and city, basically a kind of a top-down approach or kind of superimposing something. What I would like to focus on in my presentation is actually when we turn these 2 words around. How can city change design? Or in other words, how can city or how should city inform design? When we talk in our architectural industry about design, often it is about landmarks. And that's a word that can mean a lot of things, but let's say the most simple interpretation would be visually striking buildings that maybe will provide another identity to the city or as a part of the city. And that is, of course, fine, because sometimes that works and it's kind of very useful. But it can also be very superficial. Wouldn't it be interesting to think then about how can landmarks emphasize or reveal or strengthen the identity of the city, rather than a top-down and superimpose something new, actually, let's say, make something readable that is already there, or strengthen it at least. Because otherwise it becomes so superficial, it becomes a little bit of a kind of trick Otherwise, it could become some kind of pornography of architecture. And that's, of course, never a kind of real condition. When we talk about landmarks, we also have to talk about the other 99% of our city. Because if the rest of the city is very mediocre, when there is not a lot of quality in the buildings or in the kind of urban space planning, we can put a landmark in front of it as a kind of visual band-aid, but it will not really make the city any better. So I think that relation in two directions, and actually focusing on the real challenge, the city, and not on the landmark, that is what we should do. And today in the presentation, I will basically present 3 projects, very short because we don't have a lot of time. But these projects are dealing with this duality between, on the one hand, a landmark, and on the other hand, trying to, let's say, emphasize, strengthen, or make the city or the context readable. 3 very different projects. The first one is this project, which is in Seoul, or near Seoul, in Gwangju. It's Galleria, and it's a project that I haven't been able to present in Korea because this opened during COVID. And after the opening, nobody was interested anymore. So I'm here to present it today. This is, it's a department store project. I think that's quite clear. When we started the project in 2015 or 16, Gwangju, one of the new towns, was still very, very much under development. This photo shows what was there at the time. It was only being planned. The first buildings were being built, but there was not much. And when we looked at our at the plan of Gwangju, you see in this kind of red mark where our building was supposed to be, and it was supposed to be in the city center, in the heart of this new town. And without having any existing surroundings, it's always very difficult to kind of try to identify what makes this city interesting and how can we create a center for this new town. Well, that's on paper, but also in reality, this is a few years later, during our construction, you see that the existing buildings are so generic. They look all as if they're built in cardboard, as if they're temporary buildings. You cannot distill a kind of unique quality from this. I mean, that was our conclusion, simply. So we turned it around, and during the concept presentation to the client, we presented him with a cubic piece of travertine, a stone, 80 by 80 by 80 meter, because our thinking was, let's turn it around and let's create a building that basically becomes the genesis of this area. There is this solid piece of stone that stands for eternity, as if it's always been there. And let's consider for the moment as if the city has been built around it in rings. So we redefine a kind of epicenter of Gwangju. And that was one idea, and the client liked it. And we were also interested in this idea of a point of gravity, which kind of naturally becomes a kind of anchor for people living in the area. Another part of the story is about the retail part. On the left hand, you see the model that we made for the CEO of the company. He wanted a very simple, efficient building. Efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. He wanted to have a square plan, no voids, no exceptions. On the right side, the chairman. The chairman said, I want something special, something unique, something that is attracting people, something that is an innovation in retail. So we gave them both a design, which magically fit together, obviously. But it also reflects a little bit the situation of the city. 90% is generic, and 10% has to make up for it by being exciting, and in the end of the day, that 10% becomes 90% of the identity of the project. So it's a bit the story of Gwangju in a single building. This is the result, and as you can see, you still see this kind of cubic shape, and you still read very much that pattern of the travertine. When we worked on the design, we had a lot of samples of travertine, and we put it on the skyline in Seoul, because what we try to do is to kind of find colors and textures that did not only kind of reveal the building as a kind of point of gravity, as a solid piece of stone, but also something that is almost like urban camouflage. something that's there and that is not there at the same time. So in the end of the day, we selected parts from these travertines, and then on the left side, that's the original, and on the right side, we translated it into a pattern with pixels. 14 different stones together forming one silhouette. And here you see the kind of combination of the two, let's say, designs together. And also how this kind of triangular pattern is kind of exposed from nearby. So I think what we try to say with this project, on the one hand, it really wants to be there and wants to, let's say, become an anchor in the city. At the same time, with the colors, it almost blends away. It's present and it's not present at the same time. So my title, Invisible Landmark, it's sometimes bold and it's sometimes humble. Now, the second project is a very, very different project. It's a piece of infrastructure. And this is, I would say, more on the humble side of things. It's a bridge in Bordeaux. We completed it in July this year. And it's one of the 8 bridges crossing the Garonne River. And it was the one that is completing a new city ring. And it's quite important because it also connects the city of Bordeaux with 2 other municipalities. And what makes Bordeaux so interesting is it's a beautiful historical city. It's a UNESCO heritage city. And it has these enormous, generous public spaces. You can see here the waterfront spaces. It's generous, but it's also very open. It's very repetitive. In other words, it's very French. French are not afraid of openness, repetition, and monumentality. They're actually very good at it. So, back to our competition. This is more than 10 years ago. So the government had this competition with a good budget to make a very nice bridge. So they said, we want a landmark, because with a landmark bridge, we are able to push the development on the 2 riverbanks. And these were some of the references that they gave us. And when we started studying the context and the project a bit more, we were not very confident that a kind of extravagant design really will stimulate this periphery in Bordeaux. Instead, we proposed this. It's not a bridge that is extravagant, it's a public space. It's a bridge that can be taken over by the people for festivals, for events, for all kinds of things. But it's a donation to the people living there. Why? Because these areas in the periphery of Bordeaux had 0.1% of public space, where the historical parts of Bordeaux had almost 8% of public space in this entire area. So we thought, if you really want to kind of develop this, you have to also provide these people the same qualities and the same kind of generosity of public space. So this is, let's say, the design with an event. At the end of the day, it's an infrastructural project. So what we did is we only needed to design a bridge of 22 meters. That's enough for the cars, for the basic transportation. But we designed the bridge so cheap, so simple, that we were able to afford another 22 meters that we could basically then call public space. So the bridge is now 44 meters, means it can serve infrastructure and be public space, but it can also, at certain moments of the year, be opened and be fully open for events. So this is well, one of the weekends after it had opened. A lot of people went there to see. You see, it's kind of it's maybe elegant, but it's a kind of very simple kind of form. No very large spans, no crazy structures. You see, on the one hand, you see the cars driving, and all the objects, the barriers, the light poles, they can all be taken off in half a day time, and there is not any height difference on the bridge deck. It's super flush. An airplane can land on the bridge deck. So it's really about reducing, taking off any necessary element in order to make a very flexible space. That was kind of the basic idea, and we spent all the money on that. So during the week, this is how it looks like. People will cross the river, enjoy the river in different modes of transportation. But when there are festivals, music events, television shows, it transforms and it becomes a place from where you can enjoy the city from the water and not staring at the water, from the water to the skyline of Bordeaux. So basically changing it upside down. And this is the moment at the end of the day where people come together, maybe drink a glass of Bordeaux wine and enjoy the sunset over the historic skyline of Bordeaux. So I would say a humble project. Is this a landmark? I don't know. Time will tell if this will be accepted by the people of Bordeaux and whether this will become something they appreciate. Now, finally, very short, my third, let's say, invisible landmark project, which is very nearby, Hongik University. It's a competition that we won last year. A competition, 5 international architects, and a client that writes in the first sentence, we want a landmark. And there we go again. What is a landmark? If you read the brief further, you see other things. You talk about town, you have urban words being used. City, spatially manifest the identity of Hongik University. And I mean, then we became excited, because what is then that spatial identity of Hongik University? So what we didn't start designing. We went with the whole team to spend 1 week at Hongdae, spending all day walking around, going to the campus and trying to understand what the spatial identity of the Hongik University is. And we labeled it urban informalism because it's first very informal. You have outdoor spaces, indoor spaces, ground floors on many different levels. You don't have a ground floor. You have nature invading all of these spaces. We have art students invading the open space. We have science students invading the space. In other words, complete blurred boundaries between indoor, outdoor, between the faculties, between heights. And basically the conclusion was that architecture is completely irrelevant in this project. It's not about how the thing looks, but it's how people use it, how they occupy the space. So our project is about creating conditions that stimulate creativity and stimulate synergy between the different faculties, between the students, but also synergy between the university and the city. Because traditionally, historically, there was a very strong relationship between Hongik University and Hongdae districts. And our site is on the only empty spot in this area. It's what we call an urban void, a former sport fields. So if we build another big building there, we're going to destroy it, and that makes that connection between city and university again, well, say, compromised. So, very short, our project is simple. If you just take the new building as a block, you see it really kind of becomes a very gross, large-scale project. Our proposal is to sink it down underground and shave down the roof, so pull it down, so that from this city, you can cross the university and you can access the Wow Mountain behind the university, creating new connections. And the central floor in this project is what we call the Hongdae level. This is where we pull the neighborhood into the university, and this becomes the public level. That's where everybody meets, students, professors, but also city and university. This is where academia meets the real world. And in other words, our project is all about establishing such an environment that will stimulate creativity and synergy. Now, this is an axonometry of this Hongdae level, so we took out the top floors, and you see it's a place that is very informal, where indoor and outdoor are connected on many places, and where we have, let's say, lots of opportunities for informal gatherings. If you then put the top levels on top, you see there is these green connections connecting the neighborhoods with the upper part of the Hongik University and the Wow Mountain. And when we then zoom in, you see that apart from this green connection and the indoor connection, there is also a lot of courtyards, urban spaces that form, let's say, the third connection between neighborhood, university, and all the levels. So there's a sequence of outdoor spaces that people can also use to kind of navigate from one end to the other end. So with this slide, I'm going to kind of wrap up my presentation. I try to be a little bit provocative about making landmark not just this kind of, expressive, striking kind of architectural thing, but think more about how can we read the city and how can we use that to make a building that really kind of highlights the quality of a city. And I think Seoul is one of those cities that has a very strong sense of character. And we do see that a lot of these new buildings completely ignore that. And I hope this is an example that will, in a few years, prove, let's say, to be a, well, maybe a successful experiment. Thank you.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. Thank you for your great speech. 단 하나의 어떤 압도적인
Well, thank you very much. So he talked about the contextual design and blending with the surrounding environment and increasing the quality of urban life and the city identity. That should be the landmark for a city, the city needs. Thank you very much. So we had all three presentations in the first session. We'll go to the panel discussion. Let me introduce the panel and the moderator as well. So all the person participating in the panel discussion, please come onto the stage. We have two panelists. Mr. Song Jung-gi from Daylight, Creative Director, and also we have Ms. Chung Da-young, Creator for the 2025 Venice Biennale Korean Pavilion. And all three presenters, including the keynote speaker, please come onto the stage.
오늘 풍성한 이야기.
So yes, we can look forward to very rich discussion to take place. And now the panel discussion will be led by University. So now, after the panel discussion is completed, then there will also be about 10 minutes of Q&A with the audience. So I would also like to ask for the audience's active participation. And with that, let me now hand over to the moderator. Please welcome them with a big hand. Good afternoon, everyone. So I am Lee Han-kyung from Yonsei University, having the honor of serving as your moderator in this session. Now, empowering global design capabilities through urban initiatives and also spreading the value of design and making global contribution to the citizens' everyday lives, and also the outside perspective on the DDP and also the urban design's value, balance, and universality. So in order to talk about these questions, we have Mr. Craig Kiner and Mr. Yi Sang and also Mr. Chris Van Duin, as well as Mr. Song Jung-gi and Chung Da-young. So now in this session, we have also looked at some of the design products and how they have also strengthened the policies and also the landscape of the city. And now we will also be delving into a cultural discourse on the design, and especially about the philosophy and culture, and also inclusive design, accessibility, and design that does not discriminate. So regarding that, and also the context and creativity and experience are some of the topics that we'll discuss. Now, in the case of Korea, we also have the keyword of creative administration. DDP is also celebrating its 10th anniversary. Now then, let me ask this question to Mr. Song. To Mr. Song Jung-gi. Now then, listening to the presentation so far, I'm sure that Mr. Song, you have also displayed your products in DDP, which was also received favorably by the citizens. Now then, design that does not discriminate, going beyond language and barriers. So I can see that you are also quite popular under that slogan in what's called the Long Black platform. So then, in the DDP exhibition. So can you just explain a bit more about the DDP exhibition that you have had? Well, first of all, thank you very much, and it is a great pleasure to meet you all. I am Song Jung-gi, designer. Thank you very much for the very flowery introduction, but then I would say that I come here from a different perspective than the preceding speakers. So I tend to focus more on the user perspective, and I would say that I'm here from the perspective of a user of the DDP. Now, I would say that this space itself is quite a challenging space for designers, created by Zaha Hadid, and also the Seoul Design Foundation has also allowed me to put up an exhibition, or asked me to put up an exhibition utilizing this space. So when I first came to see the exhibition space, what I had felt was that, well, it looked like a living organism rather than space. So it looked like organism. So it looked as if I had to place my products on top of a living organism. Now, the works that had been done at the DDP before, because there is no space that is all flat, so they had to put up a pillar or put up like certain other space. But then now they also ended up with a lot of unnecessary waste. And the utility of the space that I utilized, now I wanted to utilize the flattest space in all of the space, which is the ground. So I thought that the ground, the floor, was like the field where I can plant my seeds. So I decided to put up my products here, and so that people could also focus only on the products instead of everything else. And also, the exhibition description was also done on the floor as if the farmer was plowing his field. So now the works on the DDP, so that was of course about the exhibition itself. But then now I was also talking about discrimination, and so may I have the slides? Yes. So there were about 15 works that were on display. And what I had thought was to create an exhibition and offer products that make you think. So then I thought that you needed to have a kind of a utility that would balance between this thinking and also non-discrimination. And many of the clients would request work to see discriminatory value, differentiating value, and that is to set themselves apart, of course. But then now there are also many different things that differentiating value cannot address, and for that we need universal value. So if I may introduce some of them now, the first design that you see here, this is a garbage can. Unlike others, you see that part of the lid is a net, so that the net would filter out the garbage at least once. Now, of course, it would be good to have a good design for the garbage can, but then also, on the other hand, we also can have a chance to think about the creator of the garbage, what we do with our products. So, of course, most creators spend quite a lot of time and effort to produce products in this world. But then after the products outlive their usefulness and to dispose of them, then for the designers, they don't really spend too much time on how to dispose of them. So I thought that I wanted to create a garbage can that would make us think about how we dispose of garbage. And then next is about the tap to conserve water. Now, of course, there is quite a lot of work being done to conserve water. Now, for this to be a universal value, then the designer, instead of adding things, we also need to say that we need to reduce more. Now, most water tap would face down, but then I cut out the end part to face the person. So if it splashes too much, then it will splash you. That means that you have to reduce the water usage. So then reducing the water, this message becomes the water itself, meaning that without having to add anything, we could actually emphasize this value. And then next is, now for PET bottles. Now I was requested to design a water bottle, and I was thinking, now why did we begin to drink water out of a bottle? Now if we just think about the differentiating value, then now, perhaps I would have tried to give the kind of message to set the water apart, but instead of doing that, I thought that drinking water freely out of the water tap would have to precede the value of drinking out of the bottle. So I thought that the value of that would offset the water bottle value. And that is why I decided to have the symbolic design as the lid for the pet water. So rather than creating a new water bottle, this was more of the message. Let's drink out of the water tap. And then last is the shampoo bottle, to design a shampoo bottle. And of course, shampoo bottle is, now when you use it, then you naturally have to close your eyes. But then the shampoo and the conditioner, you know, it's actually quite hard to differentiate between the two. Now, because we have to close our eyes temporarily at least, then it becomes, it's not just my own problem, but also even for those who cannot see, I mean, they also need to use the shampoo bottle, right? And also the conditioner bottle. So then for the clients, what they, of course, for them, it is important to have beautiful shampoo bottle to deliver the shampoo in a beautiful manner, but then also to make more people enjoy the benefits of the shampoo and the conditioner. So I decided to give the different texture to the bottle so that even when with your eyes closed, by touching the bottle, you will know which one is shampoo and which one is the conditioner. So by doing so, what I wanted to show was that not just having differentiating value, but if you have both the discriminating value and universal value, then you will be able to bring greater value to the users and the consumers. So of course, the clients want to focus on the non-users yet, but then I thought that if we can focus on both, then this was going to create bigger value, and that is how I was able to have this exhibition here. And then yes, to Dr. Peter Zek, here's my question. So when the DDP was designed and created, then you also had a big impact in Korea, and also you were also designated as an honorary citizen of Seoul. And also you were designated as one of the innovative people, top 20 people in Germany. And I understand that you also played a great role in coming up with the Design City 1.0. Now, the red dot competition, where you're serving as a chairman, then what kind of competition is this? Can you just explain this briefly to the citizens of Seoul? And then also I understand that many Korean designers are getting awards from the Red Dot Awards. Now, Germany, I understand that there's also the city-led project to strengthen the global competitiveness of cities. So have there been such cases? And also the SN Zollbernat, the Red Dot Museum was relocated to this city. Was this part of the city-led project?
Starting with the Red Dot Design Award, it is traditionally it's a product design award for industrial design products. So you can companies can send in all kind of products from a toothbrush to a car, and we have different international jury members and different project groups, and then the products are judged by the judges, and okay, they receive a red dot or not. The most entries don't receive a red dot, unfortunately for the people who take part. Beside the product design, we have the brand and communication design Red Dot Award, and in this award, Korean projects were not Korean, the city projects were awarded because they were very communicative and were addressed to the public. So, in this award, we give prizes to anything that can be in communication processes, from a website to a poster or to a light installation or whatever. And then in Singapore, we host the Red Dot Design Concepts Award. And this award is very interesting, especially for young designers, because you can take part in this award without having a product yet. So you can share your idea with others, and you can see how good your idea is. And we have also had situations that winners of the Red Dot Design Concept Award realized the concept, made a product, and came then to the Product Design Award and win again. So, and this is used not just by single designers, but also by companies. So companies bring in prototypes, and then if the prototypes are awarded in this concept award, then they will be built and they will send in for the product design. Yes, so we have 3 museums, one in Germany in the city of Essen. It's located in an old coal mine where Oma, you did a part of it. So our museum was built by Norman Foster. Yeah, okay, but I was fighting for good architecture on this coal mine site, and so one other building was built by Japanese designer of Studio Sana, and then you did the project with the escalator, and so this is all located in Essen in Germany. And then the second museum is in Singapore. It's in the Marina Bay area. It's not that big, but it's very powerful. It's very nice and charming, and many tourists can see that. And our last museum, we founded in the city of Xiamen in China. And it's, from the square meters, of course, it's China, is the biggest one. And we have a lot of exhibits there. And it became a real development position for Chinese designers, and many people travel to Xiamen to see in China our museum. Yeah, so.
I see. 감사합니다. 자, 성정기님 한 번 더.
Thank you very much. You won Red Dot Awards many times, and you also played as a jury during the competition. So, how significant it is for the designers winning that kind of the competition? Well, correction here. I've received awards from Red Dot and IF, but I played as a jury during the IF competition, not Red Dot. So, being part of a competition and winning the competition is the recognition of their work and of the creativity of the designers. And this is a door for the designers to let his or her work known to the world. And also, my work was made as a souvenir for DDP. But as I said before, DDP is a live landmark. So I wanted to make this living architecture into my work. And also Seoul Design Foundation and other people, the staff of Seoul Design Foundation are working in this facility, and many others are working in this facility. So when representing DDP, I'm sure that we have to include them in the implementation of the design concept as well. So in terms of material selection and creativity in making shapes, I consider those. So I think that kind of work should made DDP souvenir. So that's why I got the award from Red Dot as well. So my question is directed to Mr. Craig. So Zaha Hadid, during the construction of DDP, was part of the efforts, and you are part of the efforts as well. And I'm sure that you have a lot of affections to the DDP. Why is that? I heard that you have affections to DDP.
Affections to DDP. I suppose my involvement started almost at the very beginning of the project, from kind of the concept design through completion. So nearly 6 years, I suppose. And that was from the design kind of brief changed. I made reference to it kind of previously and speaking to other kind of members in the audience. Following kind of the design that, the demolition of the site, and that was the time when the groundbreaking ceremonies were happening, that a number of cultural relics were kind of discovered on the site. So construction had to stop, and all of those cultural relics needed to be documented, needed to be kind of, uncovered. And as a result of that, the competition design, particularly in the park, so that was, say, west of the city wall, which bisects the site, needed to be redesigned to accommodate the cultural relics. So the fields which was very specific to the cultural and I think historic kind of foundation or department in the city of Seoul. So they had a very specific way of displaying the artifacts. So the park needed to be redesigned to accommodate those, and then a series of pavilions were designed around that to frame those fields for the cultural relics. The city wall was kind of reconsidered, I suppose, at that point. I think at one point there was talk of rebuilding it. I think that was reconsidered, just to kind of, in terms of its original kind of preservation and such. But the plaza itself, in the design, that I don't know if one kind of wonders why there's that, what I call the nose of the building hanging over what is the sunken plaza, and then there's the bridge that runs from the junction, from the corner through the building. The reason that looks like that is because the Seoul Metro runs underneath there, and you couldn't have any major structure in that zone. So there was some very challenging kind of structural kind of elements that held up that massive cantilever. It's something like 35-meter cantilever. So what we call the mega column, which kind of punctuates that corner of the site, holds up the building, and then these mega columns, this mega column and mega trusses, as we called it, and then there's a truss that runs around the edge of the building. But as one can imagine, when you're kind of trying to deliver a project at this scale, and the budget, which was challenging, there was a good budget, but it's when you're trying to deliver a project that has that kind of level of ambition, I suppose, then there's always a lot of challenges that go with that. And I think, full compliments to everybody involved, including Mayor O, for his dedication to the project, and everybody, which I mentioned in my talk. Without them, without everybody pulling together, then it couldn't have been delivered. But yeah, there's a lot of memories there, a lot of very kind of fun times as well, which one looks back on very kind of, favorably.
네, 재밌는 에피소드 공유해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you for sharing that background and history of the project. My question is to architect Chung Dayan.
So you studied urban planning and also served as the curator in MoMA, where you also planned a lot of architecture exhibitions, the Pavilion Project and also Cheonggyeong Architecture Archive exhibition, and also you are the co-art director at the Korea Pavilion for the Venice Architectural Biennale next year. Then can you tell us about the sensibilities of the city that we need to recover? Well, thank you very much. As introduced, I am Chung Da-young, curator, and I had been the curator at MoMA for quite a long time. And so some of the exhibitions that I had curated also won the Red Dot Award. But anyway, so yes, OMA and also Jahadin Architects' presentation. So I listened to their talk with great interest, and I have also been quite interested in their projects in and outside of Korea. So thank you very much for the presentations. Now, for me, what I would like to add is also what Mr. Chris Van Duyn has mentioned. So it has also a bit related to that. Now, in other words, the city sensibilities and also, for example, the architectural mechanism that would mediate with the pavilion. So now, if I may just show you some of my slides as I continue. Now, a few years back, together with the curators, we also planned a book called Pavilion Feeling the Emotions of a City. So in other words, this is more like the weak architecture that would also fill the gaps in the city. So I was fascinated by this weak architecture. So then now there was a Korean architect who was selected for the Serpentine Gallery project. If I may explain briefly, then now this is a world-class architect who has never built anything in the UK. So now then they are trying to build a temporary architecture in the garden of the Serpentine Gallery. So this is a huge art project. And now, of course, the first architect in this project was Zaha Hadid, architect, and also OMA was also a participant there. And yeah, so this kind of pavilion project, so since 2010 in Korea as well, so including Seoul, it has been used quite a lot since 2010 to breathe a new life into the city. So one of the leading examples would be what you're seeing. So this is in MoMA and also the New York MoMA. So the Korean MoMA and the New York MoMA, and also sponsored by Hyundai Card. So this is the images of the what's called the young architects. So it first started in the New York MoMA, and then this program then went to Seoul, Rome, Chile. So this was a touring project. And again, I mean, what I want to say is that, of course, this project in and of itself has a meaning, but then now why this took place there and then. So for example, the Korea National Museum of Contemporary Art, now this is often compared to DDP. So this is a very important public architecture in Seoul. It was built along the same time. So the Korean MoMA, this was built in 2013, DDP 2014. And this project, now this was about the branding of this new museum, and also in this historic place that was in front of the Gyeongbokgung Palace. So this also served as a bridge between this old town and into the modern town. Anyway, so some of the architects who took part there, they continue to be very active architects to this day. And I'm sure that many of you also remember this project from that time. So right in front of the Seoul Modern Museum of Art, then they were installed there to be used night and day, and they were quite fondly used by the citizens. But now, of course, the success of the pavilion project, of course, there's a lot of positive meaning to this. But then now, more recently, we can see that there is a bit of an abuse of this type of project. For example, without sensitive planning or without sufficient budget, just for show. I mean, we are also seeing some pavilion projects that are there just to show. And of course, we have enough experience in installing these projects for the past 10 years. And I would say that now what we have to think about is how we are going to sustainably manage this type of project, especially the pavilion architecture, like, for example, pop-up. So this is part of the pavilion architecture. Now, of course, that in and of itself would also be meaningful, but then it also produces quite a lot of architectural waste. So then, in order to ensure sustainability, how can we take more care in the design and operation? So that also has become a new question. And I believe that that kind of shift in awareness is a critical implication for pavilion projects of today. Then, on that note, now the Korea Pavilion that I am serving as a co-director, now this is in the it is one of the national pavilions in the Venice Jarudin Garden. So this is the Giardini Park, where there will be the showcasing of many different architects' work. And there will be over 20 countries participating, and that is why the Venice Biennale is also often called the Olympics of Arts. And the last national pavilion there is the Korea Pavilion. And I would say that from the birth, it has a very dramatic story, because in the beginning, it was near impossible to create, but then in the end, it became possible. So there are many different stories involved here. So the exhibition that I'm preparing for next year is based on those stories to also envision the next 30 years of the pavilion, and also one of these temporary architectures, this pavilion, how can we continue to establish itself and also continue to sustain it into the future is going to be part of the messages. So as I mentioned earlier, Pavilion Project, now it is a temporary project to breathe a new life into the city. But then when we think about this today, then the sense of temporariness has disappeared quite a lot. And now it is more about, I would say that they are now at a point of almost like other ordinary architecture in terms of the meaning or the presence. And now this was a forum that was held by the KSDS, and now the late Kim Seok-chul, and also Italian architect Franco Mancuso, professor, is there. And what Professor Franco Mancuso has mentioned was, now what he did was to donate the archives related to the Korea Pavilion. So this allows us to research into the different memories and the legacy of the Korea Pavilion. So the project that I am preparing for is starting out from this basis point. And again, talking about the history of the pavilion, perhaps this would also be a long story, but then this can be a long work, but then it would begin by collecting the information from the past. All right, thank you very much. And now let me ask the next question to Mr. Chris Van Duyn. So as a partner in OMA and also as the planner of different brand shops in different countries, and also the Hongik University campus remodeling that you showed, that was also quite impressive. So this kind of creativity and also design thinking and also the problem-solving power based on such design thinking, and also by utilizing the public architecture to allow citizens to share them. What is the secret to all these ideas?
I cannot reveal the secret, of course. That would not be good. No, every project is different, so there is not one recipe. But I think what I can say is that now in our industry, architecture and design also, but maybe architecture, there's still that perception, that idea that there is this one individual in one magic moment comes up with the brilliant idea, and that is then going to lead to this design. And that's absolute nonsense. I mean, first of all, it's not one person. We have as an office, we are lucky because we are a little bit known by now, but we have a lot of people coming to our office. Let's say the best people in the world apply in our office. So we have 300 very talented architects. So it's always a group process, and so there's a lot of people that bring in ideas, and I think that's very important to know. We have created it's a creative environment, and may the best ideas, let's say, be developed to the next level. At the same time, I think looking simply what are the nicest projects and thinking backwards, I think the nicest projects, the ones that I feel most successful at the end, are projects that have many narratives, that have many layers, that you can explain from the kind of local context of the neighborhood. You can explain it from the history of a specific city. You can explain it from a culture. You can explain it from the users working in that building and the people who are basically passing by every day. And the first thing when you do a project is to not start designing, but actually, like with Hongik, We didn't do any design in the first few weeks. The only thing is we were analyzing. So what is this project about? How does it work? And at some point you start, you cannot stop it, you start designing. But that's the moment when things, you know, starts to fall together. So you really need to ask the right questions, and then you can answer them. And architecture, in our case, it's not about a volume with so many square meters and a facade around it. I mean, that's the last thing we do. That's not so important. It's about really creating and understanding what the potential of a project is, because there are so many stakeholders in a project. Also, as an architect, you're also, as Greg said earlier, I mean, we are there also to design something that doesn't exist, that may not be comfortable, that may be kind of provoking at some moments, because it can push a certain typology to the next level. And that ambition we have with every project. Now, some projects have simply more in it than others, because they have simply a greater interest. That's why public buildings, public projects are usually, well, not always, but often more interesting than a commercial project. But we really try to identify in every brief as if this is our very first project, and let's say in a kind of in a way also we try to stay pretty naive, you know, just and open for a lot of things. So that's our approach, and I can recommend it to everybody. So.
감사합니다. 마지막으로 이상희님, 그 틱톡, 마이크로소프트.
All right, thank you very much. Then, Mr. Lee Sang-in, so you experienced companies like TikTok, Microsoft, and Google, and also you wrote a book on design thinking. Then, can you share more of your experience, and also for Korean designers? Where do you believe that the Korean designers' global competitiveness is? Where can we find the competitiveness for Korean designers? Thank you very much for the very comprehensive question, but let me first start out narrowly, my own experience. So studying abroad, starting at work, so that was in New York. At that time, around that time, Korea's standing in the international stage was almost none. So the most frequent question was, are you from the north or from the south? So whenever I ask, I'm from Korea. And then also for the Korean designers, the reputation on Korean designers, I wouldn't say there was much of it to begin with. And then rather than my own individual career development, but then also the design scene itself, but there's also the cultural background, and also, of course, it is tied together with the, I would say that the raison d'être, meaning that the Korean design industry, of course, that there was also a lot of policy support from the government, as far as I understand. And then along with that, there was also quite a lot of social interest, cultural interest in the Korean design and Korean architecture. And I would say that I was a beneficiary of that. So then I believe that I also chose the path of a designer in that environment. And then I moved on to New York to work as a designer. But then I would say that that kind of cultural, let's say, fermentation was already from Korea. And then now, as a person living abroad, I could also feel the development of Korean culture, the K culture. And that also has a lot to do with the development of K-pop culture. So in the past, now for Koreans in the cultural scene or entertainment scene to be interesting or to excel in culture or entertainment, I think the first was Gangnam Style. So then people were asking me, where is Gangnam? And then people began to be interested in Seoul. They were more interested in Koreans. After that, over time, now, you know, BTS. And so we have even many more globally popular bands. So again, it is not just about individuals' capabilities, but then it's more about the overall culture and overall environment, because we have been all working together at it that we are now where we are now today. And then now the Korean designers' capabilities, I would say that they are already at a global level. And especially for someone who is working abroad, now when they say Korean designer, then there's a very good reputation. You're from Korea, you must be good at design. So that is what I hear. So then let me emphasize that what we need to do is to be consistently interested in this and also to have the government's investment and individuals' effort at the same time in light of the spirit of the time. And also going back to part of my talk, now as the times are changing very fast, then we also need to keep a pace of the changes in the time, in the technology. If we can do that, then I would say that Korean designers' profile in the world will continue to go up. That is all. Thank you.
디자인을 할 때 또 시에서 디자인을 고려할 때 확실한
So when designing, you need to have a very clear strategy to create a design that creates an image of the city and that increases the quality of life, and that is the key point when we talk about the public design. In order to increase the quality of citizens, Seoul metropolitan government is establishing a lot of policies to that regard to pursue the future-oriented values and strategies for the benefit of the citizens. So session 2 will talk more about those. With that, I would like to complete the session 1 panel discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Lee, and also the panelists. Thank you for the panel discussion. So that wraps up the session 1, starting from the 3 presentations and the panel discussion. We talked about empowering global design capabilities through urban initiatives. I'm looking forward to the discussions that will happen in the second session. We'll take a short break until 3:35. Thank you.
네, 이제 곧 2부 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 자리에 앉아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 이제 곧
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning session 2 in a while. I would like to ask everyone to please come inside the hall and take your seats.
네, 2024 서울
Seoul Design International Forum 2024, Session 2 will continue. We have discussed a lot of things, but in Session 2, we'll be focusing on public service design. So before Session 2, we are going to have a second keynote. The speaker is Birgit Mager from the Service Design Network. She'll be talking about service design for the desirable cities, smart living through design.
Start your keynote speech. 네, 다시 한번 힘찬 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give Ms. Mager a big round of applause.
Everyone, I'm very happy to open the second part of this conference, and I'm very grateful that you have invited me to speak on this international forum. I'm going to talk about service design for desirable cities and how can you make a smart living through design. So my first question is, what are desirable cities? It's a good question, obviously. Let's try again. There it is. So urban design and aesthetics. And we've heard a lot about that during the morning session. Urban design and aesthetics, architecture, planning, public space, historic preservation are extremely important for making a city desirable. But it is not everything. If you look at the definition of desirable cities, you will find all of this: livability, economic opportunity, sustainability, infrastructure and mobility, community and social cohesion, culture and lifestyle, education and innovation, resilience, governance and leadership. That's a lot. And I have to tell you that these topics are also tackled by design, in many cases by service design. I have started to teach service design in 1995. At that point, it didn't yet exist. It was totally new. And I had the pleasure throughout these 30 years to experiment, to frame the field, to expand it, and to make it something that we can call the new normal. Maybe not everywhere in the world, but in many places in the world, in many organizations, in many governments, service design is being perceived as something that we just need to have in order to make this world a desirable place. So, definition of service design, very short: it choreographs processes, technologies, and interactions within complex systems in order to co-create value for relevant stakeholders. I hope you know this by heart now. So it's very important that we choreograph these different components within complex systems, and complex systems are living systems. It's countries, communities, organizations, humans, and we have to orchestrate the complex systems so that we create value not only for the user, but also for other stakeholders. So that is a huge challenge, and I would like to share a couple of projects throughout this talk with you. And I feel a bit humbled because one could say that Seoul is a benchmark in service design, sometimes maybe even without knowing that you are doing service design. When I talked to your mayor O at lunchtime and he talked about the homelessness project, I talked to another colleague these days. He said public toilets, for example, a huge project in Seoul, and many, many other things that have been professionally designed. But still, I think maybe there is some inspiration also for the people from Seoul, for the students, for the representatives of government in looking at what is happening all over the world. This project I have presented many times, and I'm very happy that I had the privilege of working in a very early time in 1997 on the question of homelessness. And in Europe, it is a huge problem, and also in America. I think it's one of the biggest problems that we have, that there is many homeless people. And if you think about solving that problem, you count a lot of the triggers for desirable cities. So it was a student project, it was a medium-term project, which means 6 to 7 weeks, and there was not yet much of service design. It was an experiment. So the students jumped into this project by exploring the system, and that's basically what we always do. Just like Oma, when they do a new architect project, you try to understand what's going on. You do desk research, you do field research, and the students did all of that. They observed the homeless people, they did contextual interviews, they spent a lot of time in understanding what does the daily life of homelessness look like. They did self-experimentation. They just left their key and their money at home to see what does it feel like not to have a home where you can go to. And they found out that there is many problems, and the main problem is homelessness itself, but you cannot solve homelessness within 6 weeks. So the students decided that they would focus on one specific challenge, creating a place for a dignified survival in homelessness, because the loss of dignity is something that everybody faces when you are in the situation of homelessness. All the basic needs of humans are suddenly problematic. You cannot go to a bathroom, you do not have a medical service, you do not have a warm and safe place to sleep, plus. So the students focused on the question of dignity, and they started to co-create with the homeless people. For example, they created these mailboxes that provide permanent address. This was in 1996-7. There was not yet emails, so you really had physical letters that you would get from administration, from potential landlords, from potential employers. So you needed an address, and up to then, there was no address. We created a little medical room where you would get Band-Aids, not for visual problems, but Band-Aids for minor injuries. And there was all kinds of sanitary offerings. And the most important thing for the students was the reception, which you see on the left, so that the homeless people would be treated as guests. And when we co-created that with the homeless, they said, why don't we even pay for the services that we will get at that place? Because then we are not only guests, we are customers. And so interesting inspiration. This was then the final prototype of the place. It even got a laundry machine. And behind this physical space was the structure of indeed services that the homeless people would pay for. Very little, but they would pay in order to be customers. And at this place, homeless people would work. They would get jobs if they wanted. So you would have a dignity through being needed, to being appreciated, to creating some kind of value. We presented that concept to the city of Cologne, to the churches, to the homeless people, to the social initiatives, and they were all unanimously enthusiastic. And I think they were enthusiastic because of the fact that this was a service design project, doing the deep dive, really understanding what's going on, co-creating with the people who are relevant for the system, visualizing, prototyping. All that really led to a huge engagement of the citizens of Cologne, and in the year 2001, Gulliver, the survival station for the homeless, opened its doors at the main train station in Cologne. It still exists now for 23 years, and it became more than we originally conceptualized. There was a lot of architects, a lot of engineers, a lot of initiatives that collected money. So we have there now a restaurant where the homeless do the shopping, the cooking, they sell the food, they clean the place. We have dry beds during the day where you can sleep in a safe and protected environment. This was the very first computer. They look a bit different now, but there is also opportunities for digital work. This place is alive. It reinvents itself continuously. So this is, for example, one of the latest inventions. It's huge lockers where the homeless people can leave all their plastic bags or rucksacks so that they are unburdened from their belongings when they are in the city. So this does not solve the problem of homelessness, but it definitely leads to a place where you can, spend time in a dignified way. And it is maybe one advice for the service design for desirable cities to really take that deep dive, to listen, to engage with lived experience, and to not think that we know it all. You have to go there, and you have to talk to the people, and you have to work with them in order to create better futures. The service design process helps to do these kind of projects in a structured way. You do, of course, preparation in the beginning, who needs to be on board, etc. What is the objectives, what are the resources we have? And then you jump into that exploration. You really open up and try to learn as much as possible in order then to define what is the core root problem that we want to tackle, in order not to put, as I always say, band-aids on wooden legs, in order to really do something that is in the end relevant for the people. And then you go and open up and ideate, and you don't jump on your first idea. You have to take the time to work with the different stakeholders, collect many ideas, combine them, iterate them, make mock-ups, make small prototypes, test them, iterate. So it's a really interesting process of coming then up with a concept that you really put into a serious, often one-to-one prototype, you test it, and you go for implementation. So that's a framework within which you can do this kind of work. For me personally, the year 2013 was like a breakthrough experience when the UK government announced that service design would be the way to do the digital transformation, to work through that process, to explore, to really understand what are the issues that we are trying to answer through our digital solutions, to co-create with the people. They created this service design manual where the roles of the different stakeholders within the system are described. What does it mean to do service design if you are a content developer? What does it mean to do service design if you are the designer or the service manager? So a really cool project that you can still find in the internet with all these descriptions. A couple of years later, Scotland came up with design principles. So they have clear defined design principles: explore, co-create, do it participatory, do prototypes, iterate. Then Ireland came up with Irish design principles. And what the Irish people did was really cool. They translated them into an action plan. Because, as you all know, having principles is good, but sometimes it's quite difficult to put them to action. So it's very helpful to describe in detail how will we make sure that these design principles are really lived in the everyday life of our government. Just one more example. I was in Shanghai last year in October, and you might recognize me. It's me there on stage, together with the mayor of Shanghai and with the president of Tongji University and a couple of other really important people. And we launched the Shanghai Service Design Initiative. So Shanghai government has committed to using service design in order to create a more human and convenient service touchpoints and to increase people's participation in designing these public services. So I think it's amazing, and these are just some examples. It's amazing what is happening worldwide by governments implementing design into their policies. And that would be maybe my second recommendation for service design for the desirable cities: integrate service design into government policy so that it becomes also a bit independent from the short life of our souls within those systems, and that it has a stability within which you can really work and develop a better and more desirable future. One more project. How to turn shit into gold. Haven't you wondered how you could do that? Maybe, maybe not. Well, there was a topic of a master thesis of a student of mine, and her issue was that we flush gold into the toilet day by day by day. because from the perspective of sustainability, those phosphates that are going into our system through our nutrition are then put into the toilet, they go through the sewage, and all the rest is then burned. And those are limited resources. Those phosphate stones are limited, and we just flush them away, plus many other valuable ingredients that could be turned into fertilizer again. So that was the question. How can we put that into the golden circle and make sure that it is not wasted? And it is a solution that basically already exists. Dry toilets are out there. The problem is that it is very complicated to install them on a larger scale because the system is not there. So Anastasia, that's the name of my student, she did a lot of work in identifying the stakeholders and classifying those stakeholders into those who would be potential active supporters of an initiative bringing dry toilets into the public space in the city of Cologne. And then she started, after having identified these stakeholders, then she started to create a movement. She did many different initiatives to create understanding for what is happening in our sewage system. She started many initiatives to create a desire for change, and she offered a network of stakeholders who were able to implement that change. So not only the toilets, but also the people who would empty the toilets, who would bring the remains into the container where it would be sterilized in order to then be brought as a fertilizer back into the system. Last year in November, the mayor of Cologne is standing there with Anastasia, and they are just opening the toilets, how to turn shit into gold. And this is hot shit. This is the container that transforms the remains of our daily business into fertilizer by sterilizing it. Yeah. So my recommendation for desirable cities, make and share success stories. I think if we want to bring design into the cities on a large scale, we need to communicate very strong about what we can achieve and how we can achieve it and how good we can do for the system. And there is another recommendation connected to this: bring relevant stakeholders together. You cannot do it alone. A service designer working within a system is not the magic artist designer who comes up with a beautiful sketch or a beautiful prototype. No, you have to create energy within the system so that the people want to move forward with you, that they want to make that change happen. So create a movement. Tax time. In the United States, there is this critical moment where you have to deliver your tax declaration. And if you don't do it, you might lose the refund, and by now you might even lose specific rewards or support money that you get from the state if you are in a financially critical situation. Now, the problem is that specifically people in a financially difficult situation are often the people with less education and with less self-confidence in filling the forms, in doing all that administrative stuff. They are just very insecure, and thus 20% of all Americans miss the opportunity to hand in the tax declaration and get a huge amount of money, like up to $13,000, which is a lot if you are in a financially critical situation. So the New York government teamed up with the Citibank and with Parsons New School in order to reflect on what are the opportunities to, well, improve the financial well-being of our citizens. And they came up with a concept that includes a free consultancy given to people who are feeling insecure about the tax declaration, so they get a free education. And this is then combined with another social system that is called Food Store, where food is given to people in need, and at the same place you can get the education for tax declaration, which is a great combination because you meet the people at the place where they go anyway. So, recommendation from this project, I think public-private partnership is something that design can bring into the system by bringing the right people together to have the power and the impact to make that change happen. One almost last project. Who knows where Oulu is? It's a city. It's a city in Finland. It's in Helsinki in Finland, and it's a project that really does a lot of good for all the triggers of a desirable city. So this is Oulu. Isn't it beautiful? Ala architects have run that project, and we could now say it's a landmark. It's one of the beautiful interventions into the public space that creates a lot of attraction. But it is much more than an architecture. It is much more than a landmark. It's a service design, because it's a public library, and that public library was created through the service design approach together with the citizens of Helsinki. There were lots and lots of workshops run trying to understand what is it that people are missing in their daily life, what is it that a public space could deliver to people in order to improve the quality of life in the city. And they came then up with a strategic definition that UDI, the library, is about provision of knowledge, it's skills and stories. It's an easy place to access for learning, story immersion, work and relaxation. It is a library of a new era for living and functional meeting place, open for all. In the design process, they created a steering committee that was filled with people from Helsinki, citizens, representatives from the different persona groups from the city of Helsinki. I think it was a group of 28 people who were continuously monitoring the project. They would see the first drafts, they would give the feedback, they would continuously help to make the library what it is today. And today it is really an open space where you can do thousands of things. You can do, of course, virtual reality, you can do AV recordings, you can get a sewing machine, you can basically do everything. And you can just hang out. And that is the really good thing. It is an open space. Everybody can come in. You do not have to have a member card. You do not have to read a book. You can just use the space for whatever purpose. And sometimes young people just come in there to sit and sleep because it's cold outside, and it's a beautiful place. So this is one quote from citizens from Helsinki saying, I began experiencing ownership of the city, and for the first time in my life, I felt I was truly Helsinkian. Isn't that lovely? And I think that's what architecture and that's what projects are supposed to do. And my claim is that there is no buildings and that there is no products, that there is only services. And every product and every building is a service to people. And we have to be sure that we understand what kind of service are we providing through the stuff we create. And we have to make sure that that stuff is really valuable and serving people in the best possible way. So for the design, service design for the desirable cities, my recommendation is co-create. Really get the people on board. Listen to their voices. Install citizen sounding boards and give ownership to the citizens. It is not the government who owns the stuff. It is not the architects. It's the people who own it. And we should take that very serious. So there is a couple of service design principles that maybe you have already understood during my case examples. Service design is holistic. We really look at the system and we try not to put band-aids on wooden legs. We see the bigger picture, the journey of people, not only when they use a specific public service, but also before and after. It is interdisciplinary. You really need to involve those experts in the organization who you also need to then implement the change. Service design is life-centered. I personally have stopped talking about human-centered design because through the lens of human-centered design we have also done a lot of harm to our planet. I think it is the time that we talk about life-centered or planet-centered design and make sure that in every project we do have the perspective of our planet on board and give him a seat as a stakeholder at the table. Service design is co-creative. So it's not the magic designer that comes up with the fantastic creative solution. We are facilitators. Yes, we have great ideas, but they need to be facilitated with the people. Service design is visual. We create scenarios of not yet existing futures that create a desire. But we also unravel complexity by mapping, by creating a visual language that helps different experts to then have the same understanding of something that in their own language they would potentially describe totally differently. So service design is very visual, unraveling complexity and creating a desire for not yet existing futures. And service design tries to be radical. We try to really get to the root cause of a problem, and we try to reframe the briefing of our client as much as we can. Because often the client, as you know, thinks they know the solution for the problem. Build me a landmark. So as designers, it is our responsibility to question that briefing and to make sure that the problem has been sufficiently deeply and well understood before then coming up with the final briefing. And service design is data-driven and it embraces artificial intelligence. And I have to say, when I started 30 years ago, we still used fax. We had no mobile phones. There was no computer, no internet. So I was growing up with the service design in a very analog phase. Nowadays, services are shifting into the digital space. And I find it really interesting that now we start working on topics like digital twins for the public sector, which is something that is like, it's there, but it's still just, you know, not really to grasp. But as service designers, and I guess as designers in general, we need to be very knowledgeable about these things that are emerging in the domain of technology, because they will have a huge impact on the way we deliver our value to people. In case you are interested, there will be a publication on how to public sector. If you can get that little QR code, it is open access, so you can download it for free. There is also a LinkedIn group, How to Public Sector, which is not yet active because I have the official book launch on December 3rd in Cologne, and afterwards we will really activate also the LinkedIn group to trigger discussions about public sector service design. If you want to learn more, there is also the Service Design Network, and as the president of the Service Design Network, I am extremely happy to be back here after we had our first national service design conference in Seoul in the year 2013. I think the seed has been planted, it slowly grows, and I really hope to see service design emerging in Korea and in Seoul, in academia, in private companies, and in the public sector. So thank you very much for your attention.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. Thank you so much for your insightful and interesting keynote speech, Dr. Margot. 네.
Thank you very much. So that was on service design, her insights on service design, as well as a number of examples. Thank you very much. So then, exploring the system together, listening, and also creating together with the users was what is the most important part. So thank you very much for your insightful talk. So then, based on the keynote speech, then we will open up session 2 under the theme of designing for a sustainable future, where we will be listening to 2 speakers followed by a panel discussion. Let me introduce the first speaker. From the Singapore Institute of Technology, we have Professor Jeffrey Koh. He will tell us about designing for a transition, transforming design for a sustainable future. So now, please welcome Professor Koh with a big round of applause.
So thanks everyone for joining today. Second last speaker, so thank you for having some energy for me. And also really wonderful to see a lot of the amazing talks. A lot of what's been shared has resonated with me. And I hope to share and touch upon many of these items as I go through my talk. So I'm really here to talk to you as a designer. Irregardless if you design for a city, if you design objects, if you're a visual designer, that actually doesn't matter. I'm here to have a conversation to you from as a designer to another designer. So maybe just to share a little bit before I begin, I came from Singapore, and a round-trip economy class to Seoul cost me about 2.1 tons of carbon. And for us to meet our Paris Climate Agreement by 2050, we need to reach an annual usage of carbon of 2 tons per year. This means that for me coming to Seoul just to talk to you about the designer's role in sustainability, I've already used my entire annual allotment of carbon. So that being said, I am here in Korea not just for you, unfortunately. I'm also here to visit a couple universities, setting up some partnerships to create exchanges between my university and some local Korean universities. And of course, being here with you guys is really a privilege, but it is not my main reason why I'm here. And I just want to be clear about that before I move forward. So just to share a little bit, my name is Dr. Jeffrey Koh. I'm an associate professor at the Singapore Institute of Technology. I also lead an innovation center there called the Design Factory, which is part of a global network of design factories. South Korea is fortunate enough to have 2 design factories. And I'm also co-owner of a design consultancy called Chemistry. And we've been around for about a quarter of a century, maybe 23 years. We have offices in Singapore, in Amsterdam, and in London. And we do a lot of service design. We do a lot of experience design. And we do a lot of planet-centered, regenerative, and circular economy design. So maybe just a touch upon some of the projects, but really I don't want to dwell on these because we've seen so many amazing projects today. I've worked on projects that include creating portable ultrasound systems with GE Healthcare so that women in developing countries can have access to ultrasound. This won a President's Design Award a few years ago. I've also been involved in designing experiences for patients and staffs in very large hospitals. So, you know, we're the group of people that the architect calls in to do this experience design stuff when they want to focus on just making the building. And then finally, some of our sustainability work. I've helped the Singapore Zoo create a toy hospital. And this is a circular economy project. So when you go to an attraction, you go to the gift shop and you buy, say, for instance, the stuffed animal. And when that stuffed animal is broken, often it goes into the garbage. But what the zoo wanted to do was have children bring back this stuffed animal to refurbish, to repair, to reuse this stuffed animal. So we helped design the entire service design around that. And this, of course, brings economic benefit to the zoo because they have returning customers. There's educational benefit because the zoo is about conservation. And not only are they acting to preserve and conserve animal life, but we're representing that here by repairing these stuffed animals. So these are just some of the types of projects that my company and my innovation center are involved with. But more importantly, what I want to talk about today is really this idea that we are in a poly crisis. And this poly crisis is a combination of many different crises. It's a geo-economic crisis. It is a social crisis. It is an ecological crisis. And it can be it makes me feel very sad that we have to live through these types of things. And what can we do as designers in order to mitigate this? We're in a mess, and it's very fair for us to recognize this. We need to understand this. And so, to quote Victor Papanek, there are professions more harmful than design, but only just a few. Why do I say this? Because you as a designer, you have power, you have influence. You can create something and create a new reality, a new lifestyle. And this, of course, has very large moral and ethical implications. And because of this, in the current global economy, we are in a linear economy. We take resources from the ground, we put all sorts of value into them, we make things out of them, we create marketing campaigns out of them, and we sell them. And very soon after we sell them, they go into the garbage can, they go into the waste. And this is what we can describe as a linear economy. So let's take, for instance, this new AI revolution that we're all very excited about. At its current form, AI servers and processing power use as much energy as a small country. So think about the water being used. Think about the rare materials and rare earth being used. Think about the landscape that's being changed to house all of these servers. And by 2026, the energy needed to store all of this data for our modeling is going to double. So in 2 years, the amount of energy we use now is going to be twice the amount of energy that we're going to be using. And this is not a sustainable path forward. And I want to argue here that we will not be able to innovate our way out of this. And according to a joint study by MIT, Sloan, and Stanford University, technology is expected to mitigate at most 13% of the projected ecological damages. So therefore, the solution is not in technology. We have enough science. We know more than enough science that what we are doing is the wrong path. Really, the challenge is not a scientific or technological challenge. It is a political and economic challenge that we need to solve. And this is directly in the domain of the designer. So we need to challenge the status quo. It is simply not good enough to do less bad. It is not even good enough to be sustainable, meaning to sustain what we have left. We need to be regenerative. We need to do more. We need to bring more to the system and do better than what we do right now. And of course, this is very easy for me to say up here, but it's important for us to be cognizant to understand this so that we can hopefully take action in the way that we work. We are already breaching 6 out of the 9 planetary boundaries. And climate change is just one of these 9 planetary boundaries. So there's a lot of work to be done. And this is where the designer comes into play. So in 2020, the European Commission on Circular Economy developed an action plan. And in this action plan, they've stated that 80% of products' environmental impacts are determined at the design phase. Isn't that amazing? The choices that you make in your business modeling, the materials that you choose, the way that you design it for repairability and replaceability, all of this is decided, 80% of this is decided during the design phase where you all work, where I work. So what does this mean? Well, in my opinion, I believe that we are in a state of renaissance. We are in a new frontier for designers. What does this mean for our practice? Well, I want to offer a few thoughts about that. And the first one is we need to think beyond the idea of human supremacy. And the previous talk we heard a lot about this from Bridget, and I'd like to just touch upon that a little bit more. So when we talk about human-centered design, really, when I do work for my clients, I'm not designing for a human. I'm designing for my client. And my client treats you guys as customers. So I am not doing human-centered design. I'm really doing consumer-centered design. And so we need to think about what is the role of the human within this much more complex system. And so I am an advocate. My company, which just recently was B Corp certified in 2021, we are advocates of planet-centered design. We need to think of the human being in a much larger and complex system. And much to the benefit of the 20th century, human-centered design has brought us many innovations, has uplifted our lives. In the 21st century, if we want to preserve the planet for our children and grandchildren, we need to shift from a human-centered perspective to a planet-centric perspective. The next, what I want to talk about is beyond the designer as savior. The designer often is thought of as this genius who comes up with some inspiration, who puts pen to paper and comes up with this amazing solution that saves the world. And this might have been that way maybe in the beginning of the century, but now the designer is working in much more complex systems. Not only are we working with symbols, doing layouts, graphic design, sign and print, but this design needs to exist in a much more complex system where there are things like furniture, like tables, like buildings. And when we have all of these different designs, we need to understand how to design how all of these things interact with one another. And all of these interactions qualify as a system. And so you may be designing maybe at the symbol or the things level, maybe you're a furniture designer, but your chair is sitting inside a house, and that house is sitting inside a community, and that community is in a city, and that city is in the world. And so even you as a designer, you need to start thinking of much more complex systems. In the service design practice, if we're designing for whole communities, we're designing policy now. We're designing governance. And so you as a designer, you need to understand where your design works, where you're situated in this, and of course, how this interacts, your designs interact with all of these other spheres of influence. And of course, we need to understand that the designer cannot work alone. In fact, if you put me in a room by myself, I'm basically useless. I can maybe make you some layouts. Maybe I can draw you something in curvilinear perspective. But really, when you put me together with a nurse in the same room, I become a force multiplier. If you put me in the same room as a doctor, or put me in the same room as an architect, or a social worker, all of a sudden you as a designer can affect much more change. So I urge you guys to also be facilitators, to facilitate various stakeholders to work together. And this is really moving from having a discipline, I am a graphic designer, to understanding multidisciplinarity. I'm a graphic designer working with a nurse to communicate information about how to manage your diabetes, and then working transdisciplinary. I am working directly with the users in order to create better systems. And where we fit into this is very important. Third, I'd like to talk about short-term, quote-unquote, solutions. There is actually no such thing as a solution. A solution really is just the start of the next problem. And really, as design practitioners, we can't decide to design something and say, okay, we're done, like design finished, I can go home now. In fact, we need to think about the existence of our design beyond the fact that we've just designed it. And so let's take our phones. Our phones are basically obsolete in 2 years. This isn't just technological obsolescence. This is also kind of psychological obsolescence. I want the new thing. This thing has a better screen. I can play more games with this. So basically, every 2 years, we replace our phone. Now let's talk about the plastic bottle and how the plastic bottle actually will outlive your own grandchildren. So when we talk about economies of scale, usually in my practice, a design sprint's around 5 days. When I work on a consulting project, that's probably half a year to 8 months. When we go on a website and we have to click on this agreement to download a cookie into our computer, that agreement that you've made is actually a 15-year agreement. And some cookies can actually last for 1,000 years if you read the fine print. And of course, we qualify generations as around 20 to 30 years. And the average life expectancy in Korea, in South Korea, is 83 years, which is pretty good. Congratulations, guys. Now, some cultures look at developing or thinking about the future in 7 generations. So that's around 240 years. Now, when we talk about how long it takes for a plastic bottle to decompose, that's 450 years. So I spent about 15 minutes looking at a website. I pressed the cookie agreement, and that took me that takes 15 years of an agreement. I drink a bottle, 15 minutes to drink a bottle of water. That will take 450 years. So just think of the scale of the way that we design, whether you design websites or plastic bottles. And finally, what I want to talk about last, and this is really resonating with what Chris shared with us today, is beyond design. Can we think beyond the design? Do we need to even design something? And often when we design, when we identify a problem, the first inclination of a designer is to add something to it. Let's add a new product. Let's add a new service, a new experience, a new digital layer. Let's add something to it. But I want you, as a designer, to question whether you should be adding something. What if we started off by first questioning if the design is even necessary? Do we even need to do this? And I know it's a very luxurious position to say something like that. You may be this may be your first job. You may be very hungry to pay your bills. But it's important for all of us to be critical if we're going to solve this poly crisis. So the first step in your design process is asking yourself, Do we even need a design for this? And when we think about a couple generations ago, our grandparents, this was the future living for them. This is the thing that elevated them out of poverty. It allowed them, the throwaway culture allowed them to work extra hours, to earn more money, and to basically uplift their lifestyle. But we all know that the throwaway culture is the problem we are having today. So today's problems actually come from yesterday's solutions. So again, thinking about the time frame, you may design now, but what does your design mean in the future? What can we learn from designs in the past? So just to recap, I would love for you guys to really think about human supremacy. Are humans really the most important thing in the system, or can we give voice to the lake that's beside our architectural design? Can we give voice to air or to other natural systems? What are the personas and journeys of those natural systems? We need to think beyond designer as savior. We need to work with experts outside of our field in order to solve these complex challenges. We cannot do it alone. We need to think beyond short-term solutions, beyond quarterly reports. How does our design persist? And then, of course, we need to think beyond design. One of the R strategies that I love to employ is refuse. Do we even need to design this? Can we refuse to design this? Can we change the brief? So, the past and the future, it is really up to us to make, and I'm just going to have a really quick quote here. I'm going to read this passage to you by Cliff Kwong. So designers tend to think about design as a process of creating artifacts, posters, apps, chairs, logos, furniture, gadgets, and that's true enough, but it's more than that. Design is a transmission of culture and values. It is a vessel by which we speak to other people without words, and the ways in which we try to get them to appreciate some better version of the world through something we make. The emergence of our profession in the 1930s can be our guide. Just as designers of that era thought of themselves as inventing a new culture of consumer demand, the designers of the coming era need to think of themselves as inventing a new way of living that doesn't privilege consumption as the only expression of cultural value. At the very least, we need to start framing consumption differently. Design only matters if it can influence our ideals about what's desirable, the future we all want. And as for the future, your task is not to foresee it, but to enable it. Thank you very much.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 진심으로 감사드립니다. Thank you for your great talk, Professor Go. 네, 이렇게 제프리 고 교수님.
So with that, we have listened to Professor Jeffrey Ko's presentation. So, designing for a transition, transforming for a sustainable future, what is the role of design and designers. So thank you very much for your insight. And we will now move on to the second presentation in this session too.
오늘 이 포럼의 마지막
And this is the last presentation of this forum. We have Ms. Kim Kaya from LG Electronics Design Management Center. The title of this presentation is The Convergence of AI and Design, Organizational Culture, Personalization, and Ethical Leadership. Please give her a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I'm the last presenter, and I am honored to be the last presenter of this forum. My name is Kim Kaya from the LG Design Center. So those remarks and presentations made by other speakers in front of me were resonating to me because I am part of that discussion in my day-to-day work. So I'm going to talk about how AI is helping the designers in the field and how AI is expanding the role of design. So what kind of impact does AI is making on the organizational culture and the designers as well? Adobe tool were trained, I was trained on the Adobe tools to become a designer. But now with the emergence of AI, a lot of new tools are being in the marketplace. And depending on 2D or 3D or video, the kind of help will be different. So we are also in the era of ChatGPT. So using the ChatGPT and other Gen AIs, we utilize them to create something that we couldn't have envisioned before. So this is one example that we used for developing the commercial for the refrigerator products. So, for example, we create this kind of a persona who will use our product for refrigerators. So we imagined in greater detail, who and what kind of persona is or should be for our products. And then we, describe it in written form and then translate that script into English, and we use that for Midjourney as prompt. So, for example, the designer, as if he or she is a director of a film, he uses this persona in multiple different scenes. For example, in the kitchen, or working with golden retrievers. And also, this particular scenario is about making a cake similar to the golden retriever that this persona is raising. So the cake recipe is asked to the ChatGPT. So the cake recipe had to meet the specific requirements that we defined and accommodating personal preferences of this particular persona. So we very actively are using the ChatGPT to design a product and design a commercial. So within our organization, we use this AI, driven images and scripts to convince our bosses for the product. So I believe AI is leveling up the skills of the designers in some aspects of the design work. So here the first picture is an illustration, and the second one is a 3D kind of image, and the third one is actual picture of a person. And in the video, and also, 2D designers cannot do 3D work, and 3D designers and the UX designers cannot do any other, types of design work. So between the designers, in a work domain or professions, there are certain boundaries that one cannot overcome. But AI blurs that boundary. So even if you are a UX designer, you can work on the video project as well. So in this way, AI expands the horizon of designers. And the designers' skills are leveled up through the help of AI. So AI is being actively used in our design work. When a designer was working on a project and he had to do some other work, he can transfer that work to, or turn over that work to another designer, because he or she can also use the AI technology, so using prompt or slight modification of the prompts. For example, rather than using Chuseok, he can put inputs, Seoll날, which is New Year's Day. So, like the traditional way of transferring knowledge and experience, this AI tool levels up the technology level and knowledge level, and skills of the designers are expanding and increasing. But there are limitations of AI. These kind of errors are happening. So the images have some sort of errors. So, for example, when we wanted to create a script for a service person visiting the client's home, this kind of wrong image is created through the AI. So, but we can overcome these challenges. So in order to do this kind of quality jobs, from an illustration job point of view, it takes about 3 weeks. For example, a job takes about 3 weeks, and then it requires many manpower, and also the cost is around 10 million won. So depending on the job, we can save a lot of money by utilizing the AI. And there are traditional way of doing design is to create a concept and then implement it, and then prototype and implement it. So during the conceptualizing phase, you can actually write a script of that concept and then use those scripts in the AI, and then AI can do the rendering job. So I believe that the way of executing this design project can be more facilitated through the use of AI, and more diverse jobs can happen with the use of AI. So process is changing, and quality of work is changing, and the skill set is improving. But in order for a design to increase the quality of their design, you need to consider several things.
But then one example is personalization service. So now in Iron Man, Jarvis, so that's kind of assistant that we always dream of, right? So then, now let's say tomorrow you have a meeting, 8 o'clock. So tomorrow you have to leave home 30 minutes earlier. So giving this kind of message is very, very hard. So even such a large language model like GPT cannot do this, because to do this, then it has to know so much about me. And first of all, it has to know that I have a meeting at 8 tomorrow morning. It also has to know my lifestyle, life pattern. So what time do I get up? What time do I leave? And also usually how I move around. If it's by driving, then it also has to know the traffic conditions. So it has to know all of these things to be able to know my routine and to give the advice that tomorrow morning you have to leave 30 minutes earlier. So of course the idea sounds very intuitive, but then for a company to actually deploy this, to implement this, requires a lot of work, and there are a lot of limitations. But now let's say it knows my routine. Then if it would also know when I have to go off routine, like some special days. And then for a company, then for a special day, then let's say the user, the person types in, show myself in a special event, then it can also show different things. Like for example, passing an exam or getting an illegal parking ticket. It could also be a special day or special event. So it can also provide personalized services. But then for these services, let's say if you are to get them through the internet, then you would have to sign on to some kind of agreement. You agree to collecting my data, processing my data, so you have to agree to this. Then it could also lead to all sorts of problems, because to provide personalized services, that means that you have to open up quite a lot of personal data. If all of it is uploaded onto the internet, then your unique way of painting, so let's say you have a unique painting style, you could upload it, then AI could actually create something very similar to that. So that is something that is bound to happen. So then because of that, these days, on-device AI has become the new hot thing among the companies. So easily put, now GPT, if I ask something on my phone to the GPT, it would link to the internet all the way to the GPT engine server that is sitting in California to give me an answer back. Meaning that without an internet, you cannot use GPT. And of course, we use it without really thinking much, but then it costs a lot. It also causes a lot of energy, and also to manage this large model, to train this, and also to manage all those hardware costs a lot. So then, without going through the internet, so something not as large, but also a smaller and AI to be placed on my cell phone, on my phone, with a software. So that is called on-device. So then if I ask something on my device, then even without the internet, because it is sitting on my device, it gives you the answer right away without connecting to the internet. So it is fast, it is easy, and it could also be economical because it is sitting on your device. So that is why Apple, now the 2 million won Apple device, why does it have to cost so much? Now, 2 million won or 3 million won, whatever what GPT tells you is the same. So then when the device has to be so expensive, then they can also use on-device AI as an excuse. So many of them are now paying attention to this because this also gives them the justification to have such pricing. Now then for designers, now for this on-device AI, then you also need to negotiate quite a lot because the specifications are set. So let's say you buy something with a 256 gigabyte memory, you cannot change it to 526 right away. So the same thing as on device. The memory and the specifications on the device are the same. And then now, which data is going to be more important over others, meaning that what data is going to be preserved for a long time. Some data will be discarded, thinking that it's not necessary. And also, how can we store the data to use less memory and also interface with other data that is incoming to create some other work. In other words, how can we design such scalability into this? And also because on-device does not go through the internet. So for a designer, once you sell the product, you don't know what is going on. You don't know what is going to happen on this device. So then for the designer, then again, because it is not connected to the internet, then the on-device, you don't know what is going to happen. So you also need to collect the feedback regarding the on-device in whatever means so that you can reflect this to the next version for improvement. And that is why now I believe that for the companies, then the AI logic in the beginning of the design of the AI logic, I believe that the designers also have to take part. So for example, home robot. So Samsung Electronics is also working on this, like home robot. Now, it has to recognize things, like for example, what the baby is holding. Is it edible or not? Is it grape or is it Lego? So it has to have a training model to tell this apart. And that is going to be an even more important algorithm than differentiating between a cough. Then now when you are going to train this model, then where do you need to focus on? Where do you need to focus for this machine to know better? Then I would say that that is, rather than technological determination, that is more of the humanities perspective, and that is why a designer has to be there to make that kind of decision. And also the same thing for ChatGPT. If I ask ChatGPT, "You're stupid, aren't you?" then ChatGPT is very kind. It says, "No, I'm trying to help you." You ask Naver, "Are you stupid?" then Naver says, "That could be insulting." So Naver is sterner. Now you ask Google Gemini, "You're stupid." It doesn't care. So it is quite neutral. So depending on the context, what you said can be interpreted this way or that. So to the same question, how it answers is different, and also the length of the answer is quite different. So this depends on the training. So for example, now upon the training, then this is how it is going to say. So that has been decided already. So then based on this training, the designer would also produce the products based on that. Now actually, once the model is deployed, then after that, there is actually no way for the designer to intervene anymore. So to create a really good product, then such AI logic, or in the beginning of the training, the designer has to intervene very actively, interacting, communicating with the engineers to intervene in the decision-making process whenever necessary. And that is why now, actually, before LG, I was working at the AI center in Volkswagen, so same there. And also in LG, what I am seeing is that now there is a growing demand for technology in such organizations as AI, and they are also creating more and more departments, because now just working with outside agencies to get this work, and also if there are other departments getting together to do this work as a project, after that they go back. But then for something like AI, it should not be one-off. It has to be continuous, meaning that the people there have to keep understanding the technology so that they can keep evolving this and developing this, and that is why they also need designers working there as well. So then for these AI technology departments, they used to not have designers, but then now we can see that there is growing demand for designers in the AI technology department as well. Last part is about ethical design. So the chat that I showed you earlier, so I would ask a, let's say, normal question, how are you today? Then GPT answering would consume the energy that is equivalent to 20 light bulbs, meaning that it is using such energy. So then, for designers as well, it should not be larger the better, but then it should be the right size of AI model for the purpose. So we also need to consider that for the benefit of the user, for price competitiveness, and for the environment. Not only that, but of course, it also involves the ethical perspective, but then now the feed and likes, and then based on that, the algorithm would keep recommending contents to you, meaning that you are locked into similar contents, locked into similar group, sharing similar preferences and sharing similar contents. So you would keep seeing only the similar contents, meaning that there would be less diversity in the contents that you're exposed to, like in the films. That means that less would be produced as well. And of course, the designers, on one hand, yes, we do have to design for the company's benefits and profits. So let's say very simply, you could also press curiosity, something like a curiosity button, and then maybe it can go off algorithm to show you something completely new. Or let's say we could have something like this kind of policy to include at least one part of 100 algorithms to be completely random, so as to create a balance between the algorithm and the human diversity. And perhaps that could also have an impact on ensuring success of the product. So I believe that we need this kind of design leadership to be able to coordinate that into the product development and design. So today I have talked about, with the introduction of AI tools, then inside an organization, what are the changes that we're seeing for the designers working inside an organization, and especially regarding the personalized design. So as I deal with personalized design, then I mentioned that designers have to be involved in the very early stage of the product development, and that is why we are now seeing more and more AI dedicated departments, including designers. And last, the designers also have to have a sense of ethical and moral responsibility to also play the coordinating role between the company's interest and the social interest. Now, we are living in an age of rapid changes, and we have always lived under changes. So I'm not the LP generation, but then the cassette tape, CD, and then the music file that you download from something like Soribada, and now streaming service. So even in this music industry, this is what we see. So you see the nouns keep changing, but then the verb, listening to music, remains the same. And so what I believe is that design is not about designing objects, but then it is about changing the way our desired experience is delivered. So I would say that that is also quite similar to what Ms. Birgit Mager has mentioned as well. So again, as we live in these rapid changes, now starting from product design, how did you move on to AI? So that is one of the frequent questions that I get. But anyway, so as we move through changes, this is the kind of image that I always have in my mind. So what you're seeing is very cold ice, and then also the vapor that you cannot touch, and then very flexible water. So you see different properties and also different visuals, but then when you look inside, then there is all H2O, 2 hydrogen elements and 1 oxygen element. Essence is the same. How they're expressed is different depending on the environment. I believe so is design. Design, its basic nature of trying to solve problems, the process remains the same. But then how it is expressed, perhaps depending on AI or depending on public environment, it might change. But again, design at its element. Now, if you have the essential skills and acquire the professionalism and expertise, then you will be able to continue to produce the appropriate output that is necessary for the time. So that is the conviction that I have in my work. Now, that is all for my presentation. And if I may briefly introduce myself, I am currently a member of the Design Management Center in LG Electronics. And before that, I was at Hongik University in master's program that is being renovated by Mr. Chris Van Duyn as we speak. And then also in the Kwon University, I majored in service design. And also I have worked together with Ms. Birgit Mager for about 5 years in the service design network. And then I also worked in Volkswagen in the AI center. And then now about 2 years ago, I came back to Korea working as a designer in LG Electronics. So in the among the VIPs, so at lunchtime, I said that I was going to make my presentation in the afternoon, and they said that I would be quite nervous. But then, rather than talking, listening is harder. So thank you very much for your attention for the whole day. I hope you enjoyed the evening in this beautiful, snowy Seoul night. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was Kaya Kim. Thank you very much for the presentation. Design, the essence of design, solving problems, and then also the possibilities of design that go beyond that. Thank you very much for the talk. So it was about design, designer, and design leadership. So thank you very much for the very meaningful talk. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the last part of today's program at the Seoul Design International Forum 2024, which is the panel discussion. Now, as I introduce the moderator as well as the panelists, I would like to ask the panelists to please come up on stage. Now, again, this is the last part of the Seoul Design International Forum 2024. So just like the panel discussion in session 1, we are going to invite the speakers and the moderator. So Professor Birgit Mager and also Kaya Kim from LG Electronics and Professor Jeffrey Ko of Singapore Institute of Technology and Professor Lee Jung-hyun. And this session will be led by Professor Kwon Hyo-sun, Associate Professor at Kookmin University. So today we are sharing quite a lot of ideas, quite a lot of insights. And now this will be the last panel discussion on our theme, Designing for a Sustainable Future. And now let me hand over to the moderator. Please welcome them with a big hand.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm the moderator of this session, Kwon Hyo-sun, professor of Kookmin University. It's good to be part of this important forum. The theme of this session is the Designing for a Sustainable Future. All the speakers in this session talked about the impact of design on our lives. So very informative and very insightful presentations. Keynote speaker, Ms. Mager, talked about the service design for creating the desirable cities. And also we have discussions from Jeffrey Go and Miss Kim Kaya about sustainable future and what kind of changes are needed or approaches are needed by the designers to create a sustainable future. And also we talked about in presentations about AI and its encounter with design and designers as well. So in life, especially in the urban setting, how our lives evolve, that's something that I want to ask first. So the first question is to Professor Yi. So I've lived in Seoul for a long time. But I'm not aware of many cases about public design in the city of Seoul. So can you introduce some of the examples? My name is Lee Jung-yeon from the Seoul Media University. In the public service design, I am teaching the government officials for the public service design. So what kind of changes are needed in terms of designing better service? So I've put my emphasis on creating or improving the awareness of design, the role of design in public service design. And also, I've utilized public service design methodologies out there. So a lot of advanced projects are being implemented by the city of Seoul, and that one of that efforts is called fund design, which was introduced by Mayor Oh Se-hoon, and also design governance related work is going on. That is to engage the citizens of Seoul to design the public service. So like the OOD library in Oulu, in Finland, I think the public design should improve the quality of life of the citizens. And in terms of happiness index, Korea ranked 58th place, and Finland is in the higher position. So I think through the fund design, I think we can improve the happiness of the citizens, and we should. So this the concept of service design should be embedded in the public policies as well. Thank you very much. The keynote speech, the theme of it was the service design for the desirable cities. So the designers and the government officials in Seoul are putting a lot of emphasis to make that happen. And the designers are leading that role. So I have a question to Professor Mager. So service design involves observations into the lives of the people or the users, looking at the systems deeply, and define the problems and identify solutions. So in Korea, the digitalization of public services are accelerating, and this phenomena will be speeding up down the road. So digitalization in public service is impacting what way in terms of public design?
I think digitalization is a great opportunity to use service design in order to transform analog services into services that are really valuable for people. And I mean, government can go to an interaction design agency and ask them to translate a service into a digital service. And potentially they will do really good work, but in order to do really good work, you need to have the service design approach by questioning if the analog services are really useful. and if they are really designed in a way that is citizens-focused. So digitization is a chance to question what is government doing in the interaction with the citizens, bundling services in a new way, abandoning services that are no longer relevant. So it's a real transformation. So I think there is a great opportunity. At the same time, we have to be aware that the digital divide will still be, well, we have to bridge it. There is many people that have not the access to all the digital devices that we use every day. It is a question of wealth and education. We also have people that didn't grow up with the digital world, and we will still have these people potentially for 20, 30 years. So the digital divide is something that we have to have in mind when designing services for government and everywhere else.
Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
디지털화와 관련
Professor Lee. So in the academia, because you're teaching students at a university, so what is happening in the education field? So AI is actively used in the teaching scene as well. The use of AI and those who cannot use AI. So there are students, they are divided between those who can subscribe the AI service at a very expensive subscription rate, and those who cannot afford it. So in the academia, digitalization is changing the scene. So university has to transform itself as well, not just providing knowledge to the students. Universities has to become a value creator, as Professor Mager mentioned, that digitalization has to be considered in a way that it can value the users.
So thank you very much. Now, Professor Jeffrey Koh, you also talked about the expanded role of design and also the design and technologies influence on the future environment. So thank you very much for the very interesting talk. And also at the last part of the presentation, what I found the most impressive was about design, whether it is really necessary. So we have to really begin from beyond design, whether design is absolutely necessary at this time. So for me, that really hit home for me. Now then, here is my question for you, Professor. Now then, these days, designers, now regarding like tangible products or even going beyond the visual interfaces, we also have to deal with new systems, and also we also need to design and plan for the experience of using different systems. So let's say if we are to design the service of using AI, then what would be the, let's say the design elements in that case would be, for example, the system or the AI. So I would believe that in such case, the design elements would also be intangible, like AI or the system itself. Now today we have a lot of students and also upcoming designers and designers of the future. What kind of approach should they have in designing this experience of using these systems?
Thank you for the question. So I think first of all, we can see that AI has existed since the 60s. A community of agents was thought up by MIT professors a long time ago. What we see, the prevailing interactive layer is conversation. We are using conversational interaction in order to interact with AI systems. And so therefore, I come from a technical university, Singapore Institute of Technology. And so often, not specifically to my university, but I see so often across the world, universities defunding the humanities, defunding literature study, defunding philosophy, and putting all of this money into technology. But the best people that I have seen that have used conversational AI have been writers, have been copywriters in advertising, people that can use language. And so in a lot of ways, I would say in order for you to use the complex artificial intelligence systems of the future, you need to be a good conversationalist. And so that would be my first kind of recommendation in terms of what type of skills you would need. There are a couple things I would look out for, though. So for instance, we are at really great risk of de-skilling ourselves, meaning to say that the more and more we rely on GANs, the more and more we rely on generative AI platforms, we begin to lose the skill to actually do things. And so my recommendation for any person, student or otherwise, who is going to interact with AI systems is to hold some principles down, and of course, as Prof. Bridget said, principles into methods, into actions, how to practice them. And the main principle I hold myself to and my students to is that the human should go first. Yes, definitely use AI. Use AI to refine your projects, to collaborate with, but make sure that you try it first. And then let the AI do it, and then compare and synthesize and do things together. The reason why I say this is because you need to treat AI as a partner. There's so much conversation about AI as a tool, but if AI is a partner, then you can do better. And think of the best partners you have in your life. A good partner not only helps you, but a good partner challenges you to do better. So if we can treat AIs as partners as opposed to tools and develop our interactions as a partner would interact with them, then I think we will be in a much better position to utilize AI effectively.
Thank you. 네, AI와
Well, thank you very much. So then, to have partnership with AI, to use AI as a partner in our design work. So then, I hope that that could be a good message to the new and upcoming designers. All right, and then now, my next question is to Ms. Kim Kaya. Now then, working in a large company as a designer, then how do you see your role as a designer in a large company? So we're able to get a glimpse into that through your presentation. And also AI is being used heavily. The company also recommends that. Now, one question from me is that, now for whatever new technology, whenever it is introduced in the market, then also the AI, the same thing, but regulations cannot keep up with the spread of technology in our everyday lives. So we are also seeing that today. So standardization of AI, regulation on AI is still falling far short of what is needed, it seems. Then given the circumstances, then for the designers, now if we are to design products that are based on AI technology, then again, the ethical questions. So the spirit and the direction of ethical design. So if they want to maintain this ethical design, lacking any regulatory backdrop, then what are the elements that they have to think about in trying to do that? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the very good question. So in March, I attended the San Francisco meeting by NVIDIA, where they also talked about this very topic. Of course, in terms of energy or algorithms, I did also mention about them as ethical questions. But then also, the lying AI is another example that I want to use. Now, GPT, as far as I understand, the GPU, there are about 25,000 units that are being used for the GPU. So again, it's a huge model. So they train this huge model. So these large language models that they create based on training, then why is this AI responding this way? Why is it recommending this? They said that humans cannot tell why it is doing things that it is doing. So we call this hallucination. So this phenomenon is called hallucination. So it doesn't exist, but then the AI makes it sound like it exists. Or it is coming from a certain bias, or let's say some kind of cultural bias or cultural attitude. So it might be leaning toward a cultural, like a certain attitude, or leaning toward a certain bias. So these are some of the inherent issues. Now, in a meeting recently, in a COEX meeting, the Google engineer says that it is traumatized AI. So let's say if the AI has a certain trauma, then so in other words, if the data has some kind of trauma, then the AI that is trained on such traumatized data would obviously have trauma. So then unbiased AI or not non-lying AI? How can we create something like that? Well, data is produced by people. People have biases, people have their own opinions, and such people producing non-biased data would be very challenging. And even if we are successful in that, then for us to exclude all the cultural elements, all the biases, in other words, to have such clean data leading to clean AI, what kind of role will this play in the human society? That is also a big question. Then now, if we are to develop AI model lacking global standards at this time, then the groups who want to produce this, and then also the groups that want to ease regulation as much as possible for better profits. So they're also, vying for supremacy. So I think coordinating among them would also take some time. So I think it is quite similar to. So what I'm thinking is like something very similar to marking the country of origin. So let's say when we eat food, then broccoli is from some country, and also like salmon coming from Norway or a vegetable coming from China. So we mark the country of origins so that the consumers can make informed choices. So then for AI models, if we cannot come up with direct regulations or if it would take too much time, then perhaps we can also mark the origin of this AI. Who made this AI? For what purpose? What data did they use? So maybe they can have this kind of disclosure, something like the country of origin with more details. Then the users can take that into consideration to make their own choice. I think that may be one way of dealing with this situation at this time. Thank you very much. So marking the country of origin for the data, very interesting idea. Thank you very much.
One last, Professor Margot, right? 12년 전에
12 years ago, I participated in. So you came to Seoul to participate at the 2013 Seoul Service Network Conference. Korea is the most rapidly changing country in the world. People, we have this 빨리빨리 culture, so everything has to have some sort of speed. So if you're looking back your memory, 12 years ago, so Seoul 12 years ago, and Seoul now. Yeah, what is the difference between Seoul back then and now? What has changed so far? This is my curiosity, out of curiosity.
It's much easier accessible. I think in 2013, for a foreigner, it was much harder to get around. And you always felt like a bit not so welcome. Now I feel that it is really very open. Of course, technology helps. You have the Uber app and you get your taxi and you know where you are and you can navigate. So it's much easier accessible. People speak English with much more ease, so it's a lot easier to communicate with people. And so, of course, the development of the city is beautiful. I find it amazing how the old and the new exist beside both at the same time. And I'm also fascinated that you not only invest in beautiful new architecture, but that you also start preserving the old style and even rebuilding houses in the old style. So it seems that there is also an appreciation for your past and for the tradition, which I kind of like. So for me, it's a great pleasure to be here. It's a walkable city. It's a friendly city. It's an interesting city with lots of vibes and lots of art and design activities. So it's a pure pleasure to be here.
네, 저희가 지금
So we've come to the end of the panel discussion. Because of the time constraint, we cannot entertain questions from the floor. Please understand that. So we have to close the panel discussion now. Okay, again, that's the end of the session too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give the panelists a big round of applause. And also to Professor Kwon, who moderated the session. Thank you very much. Please come down and take your seat. So at this DDP, Dreaming for the Future, and Envisions for the Future of Seoul, we held the Seoul Design International Forum 2024, and it is time to close the forum. So design, the role of design is to change and impact the lives of the people and the users, and create identity of the city and Seoul as well in this regard. So thank you very much. Design is about creating happiness and enhancing happiness of all the stakeholders. And we'd like to receive your feedback about this forum. So please use this QR code to provide your feedback about this forum so that we can organize better forum next year. Thank you very much for joining us today, both in person and online. Outside it snowed a lot. I'm not sure whether it's still snowing. So be careful when you, travel back your home. Thank you very much. Thank you.